Hello, hello. We're going to get started. I apologize for being late, but we had a closed session. We had some interviews, so we got started a little bit later. But thank you all so much for your presence. We're going to get started with our regular 6:30 meeting. Can someone certify the closed session, please?
Yes, I move that this council certify by a recorded vote that to the best of each councilor's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed meeting.
Second.
Okay, can we vote, please? Okay, the motion passes 5-0. We're now in a regular business meeting with we're going to start with a moment of silence, please. Okay, thank you so much. Are there any announcements?
First, Mr. Mayor, I have a motion to make. If I could, I'd like to move that council authorize the city attorney and the city manager to enter into a settlement agreement fully resolving the case of Albemarle County versus City of Charlottesville, case number CL 17-203.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, can we vote, please? Okay, motion passes 5-0 for that motion. So, Mr. Sanders, you can follow accordingly. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Are there other announcements?
Yes, briefly. Central Virginia students from K through 12 are encouraged to participate in the upcoming My Help List contest starting on Monday, March 11th through Friday, April 19th. The contest is created by Charlottesville Author Award winner Mr. Alexander. Students from Charlottesville and Albemarle and surrounding counties are eligible. They write in 150 words or less. It's important to help others because enlist 5 things they have done or can do to help someone. There will be 4 winners chosen from grades K through 2, 3 through 5, 6 through 8, and 9 through 12, and receive $100 cash prizes at a gathering in their honor. All letters can be mailed or dropped off at Jones Heating and Air at 633 Rose Hill Drive, Charlottesville, Virginia, 22903.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. Always have some great things going on. We're now have some proclamations, and the first one is the Multiple Sclerosis Awareness Month. And now I'm just going to read, but we have Ms. Collier here to accept it. You can
Read it first. Proclamation signed by our mayor. It is Multiple Sclerosis Education and Awareness Month, 2024. Whereas MS is a chronic, often disabling disease of the central nervous system that affects approximately 400,000 people in the United States, it typically strikes young adults in the prime of life in their 20s to 40s. And whereas March is Multiple Sclerosis Education and Awareness Month, it is important for better education and awareness of multiple sclerosis so that its victims can lead more productive and satisfying lives and obtain a timely diagnosis. And whereas MS is a disease that not only affects the person with the condition, but also greatly impacts family, friends, and community. And whereas symptoms of MS can range from mild to severe, including numbness in the limbs, muscle spasms, stiffness, weakness, difficulty moving, depression, pain, paralysis, loss of vision, and is one of the most common causes of disability in younger adults. And whereas the exact cause of MS is still unknown and there is no known cure, treatments focus on helping patients manage their symptoms, control flare-ups, and slow the progression of the disease. And whereas every hour of every day someone is newly diagnosed with MS, and it is 2 to 3 times more common in women than men. And whereas the Multiple Sclerosis Alliance of Virginia, a 100% volunteer-led organization, provides programs and services for anyone in Virginia whose life has been affected by MS. Now, therefore, the Charlottesville City Council hereby recognizes the month of March as Multiple Sclerosis Education and Awareness Month.
I just want to say thank you so much. It's been I guess, a passion of mine with health education, and this just helps spread the word. And we're having an event. The Multiple Sclerosis Alliance of Virginia is having an event in Radford this coming weekend. It's the Education and Awareness Conference we have, and they're keynote speakers, and so looking forward to that. And if anyone needs more information, quick Google Multiple Sclerosis Alliance of Virginia. So thanks, guys.
Thank you. We now have a proclamation for American Red Cross Month. And whereas during American Red Cross Month in March, we recognize the compassion of the people in the city of Charlottesville and reaffirm our commitment to care for one another in times of crisis. And whereas the generous spirit is woven into the fabric of our community and advances of humanitarian legacy of American Red Cross founder Clara Barton, who notably dedicated herself to alleviating suffering, and whereas American Red Cross is synonymous with helping people who are doing the work for more than 140 years, and recognize that this month, in honor of all those who lead with their hearts to serve people in need. Now, therefore, the Council of the City of Charlottesville, Virginia, proclaims March 2024 as American Red Cross Month and encourage all citizens to join in noble humanitarian efforts to strengthen our community. Signed this day, the 5th day of March 2024, Juan Diego Wade, Mayor. And so I think Bill is here.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you, everyone. The American Red Cross mission is to prevent and alleviate human suffering, and we do that through the power of volunteers and the generosity of donors. So everybody here has an opportunity to make an impact. Become a Red Cross volunteer. We need your help. Thank you.
Thank you. It is now my pleasure to recognize our Charlottesville High School boys and girls varsity basketball team. So I have a certificate of achievement for both, and I'd like to come down and we can take a picture, and if someone or several, whoever wants from the team, if you want to come up and say something, be happy to do so. So, y'all want to get up and take a picture?
I believe he's going to do the girls' team first.
Get the males next. Roy, you gonna be the photographer, Roy? Yes. No. Move on over.
Mr. Daly, come on down too.
Yeah. Two rows.
Congratulations.
Hi, I'm Raquel Allen. I'm a senior on the girls basketball team. I just want to say thank you to the City Council for inviting us down here and giving us this proclamation today. It's well appreciated, and thank you for understanding all of our hard work that we put in through the season. And hopefully we can get some funding for our school. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to recognize our boys varsity team as well.
More variety tonight.
Oh, am I supposed to go now? I can go now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm Luca Matic. I'm a senior, and I just want to thank y'all for recognizing us because we put in a lot of work, and it just feels good to be loved and respected by our own community. And yeah, it just means a lot for the certificate and just being here. So I'd like to thank y'all.
Thank you.
Great work, everybody.
I was kind of threatened to get up here, so I better say something.
Yeah.
Mayor Wade, City Council, thank you very much for recognizing the girls and boys basketball teams. I also want to recognize Dr. Gurley for all his support, as well as members of the Charleston City School Board, as well as Mr. Kenny Leatherwood, who's an assistant principal of Charleston High School. You can see we're two different people. I tell you where I go, I get called Mr. Leatherwood, but, he's a man of high character, so I don't mind being called by his name. But thank you very much. I really am very happy about our team, the girls and boys, and what they did for the Charlottesville City community. I think they really uplifted the community. They brought us together. And I think that showed, as far as our games go, the gyms were packed. And I thank the community for your support, okay? And I hope that we can continue that. So thank you very much.
So, Coach Minor and Coach Daly, your efforts was one of the few things that brought this community together. The hard work, the sportsmanship, the teamship that y'all put on, it just really shows the community. I mean, the state what Charlottesville is all about. And so, thank you so much for representing us so well and the hard work that you've done. And so, I know you have some free afternoons now that you don't have practice, so enjoy it. The weather is now with us, so we want to thank you all so much. So we have some more recognitions, but I'm not sure if y'all going to stay for that. If you want to leave now, is a
Good time. Make it break. Oh, wow.
Okay, so that is really almost the highlight of our meeting, but we
It's all
did-
downhill from here.
we were able to, during the closed session, make some appointments to different boards and commissions. So I think, Brian, you're going to read those appointments.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. To the Housing Advisory Committee, we are appointing Michael Parisi as an at-large member, Nicole Scrow as a real estate professional in that position, and Pepe Linden at an at-large position. And we are reassigning Mr. Dan Rosenzweig, who's currently in the affordable housing, he's currently the real estate label, to be under the heading of the one of the affordable housing nonprofit members. So Mr. Parisi, Ms. Scrow, and Ms. Linden, we're selecting tonight.
Second.
We do that for each group, I guess?
Oh, that's true. We
Okay.
can do- read them all, yeah.
Okay. The next group is the Police Civilian Oversight Board, and we have appointed Al Pola and Cameron McBride. And then for the Tree Commission, always a very popular commission, we are appointing Eric Bretter, Jeffrey Atten, sorry if I messed that up, Shanti Levy, Woody Parrish, and Manuel Lerdow.
Now I'll second.
Yeah. Okay, if there's no further discussion, can we vote? The motion passes 5-0. We want to thank all of the persons that have been appointed, and those that applied for it, giving your time and energy and insight to the cities on the different boards and commissions. It's one of those things to help the city tick, so thank you so much. Ms. Thomas, can you please read the consent agenda?
Number 3, minutes, December 18th, 2023, regular meeting. Number 4, resolution to appropriate additional COVID homeless emergency response program grant award, $16,636.84, second reading. 5, resolution to approve the 2024 Blue Ridge Area Food Bank Cold Storage Project and to reprogram community development block grant funds from prior program years in the amount of $215,000, second reading. 6, ordinance amending Chapter 25, Social Services, Article 3, rent relief for elderly and disabled persons, increasing income limit, rents paid limit, used in the grant formula, and maximum grant amount, second reading. 7, resolution, support for PSCC Apartments, formerly known as Park Street Senior Apartments, 1200 Park Street. 8, resolution, support for 501A Cherry Avenue and 501B Cherry Avenue. And these are 2 resolutions. The first is a financial resolution supporting 501A Cherry Avenue and 501B Cherry. And B is designating property as a revitalization area for 501 Cherry Avenue site.
Okay. We'll now have public comment regarding items on the consent agenda that were just read by the clerk, and each speaker has up to 3 minutes to speak on the items just noted by the clerk. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on one of those items? Okay. If not, is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, no, I mean, just for those items. Okay. Yeah. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
I move for adoption of the consent agenda.
Okay. Is there?
Second.
Can we vote? Okay, the motion passes 5 to 0. Mr. Sanders, the city manager's report.
Yes, sir. Good evening, council and members of the public. A couple of items, because I have a whole lot more to say, so I'll save my voice, I guess. Council's work session schedule has been posted on the website. It's on the city council webpage. This is one of the items that I decided to bring forward as a more organized manner in scheduling or managing the schedule of council's work sessions so that the public can see when certain topics are going to be discussed. That information is now available. These are for the 4 o'clock work sessions for the whole year. There are various topics that'll be discussed that we're planning to discuss. So in those moments, we may have specific staff present. If there are consultants or others that may be working with staff that we will have to come and present as well, then we will be able to organize that. There are a few vacancies in the schedule so that council can still make some decisions about topics that you're interested in, and I can bring those items forward. And then in addition to that, I'm including the city manager's report as an ongoing schedule as well. One of the things that I'll be working with staff on is that we'll give more substantive reports in the city manager's report. Some of them have been pretty short, and we just kind of talk about a couple of things here or there. But to give a more substantive approach to using this time on the agenda to talk about things that are of importance. Some examples of that that I have already scheduled is we'll be rolling out a co-responder model where Human Services, Police Department, and Fire Department will be coming together and working on better strategies on how we respond to individuals in crisis. Social equity, and that'll happen in April. Social equity priorities to build out the Office of Social Equity will occur in June. Zoning implementation update will happen in August, so James Reese will bring that forward, and we'll have that as a recurring matter since the zoning ordinance is such a big deal. We'll plan for some schedule updates along the way just to bring material and information forward so that you can see how things are working out. And September is another example of an emergency management update so that the community can see and hear that the city is prepared to respond to any emergency that may arise. Tonight, I wanted to briefly touch on one of council's strategic outcome areas, economic prosperity. As we've worked through since you all adopted that strategic plan framework in September, we have not really talked much about that. One of the things that I feel like we need to do is to define what that means, get some more information, and bring forward some recommendations. As you all adopted your strategic plan, you identified that that meant, or the reference to it is, Charlottesville develops strategies and economic development opportunities that drive economic prosperity for all. We don't necessarily know what that means, right? So what's what we got to figure out, and the goal would be to have a work group organized to do some work and take a look at what some other communities may be doing, as well as do some research and bring those things back. So I've tapped Chris Engel, Ashley Marshall, and Todd Niemeyer to form a work group, and they'll dig into the subject. Chris will serve as the chair of that group as an extension of economic development, the Office of Economic Development. And that work group is going to have the responsibility of researching some options that bring forward ideas that we might consider implementing here, and gather some examples of what peer communities are doing in that space so that you'll have the benefit of seeing what others are doing. You can take a look at what we're already doing in this community. What are some things that we can make some deeper investments in, and therefore they will bring forward recommendations for you on action that we can take. So that'll happen in September. That's on the schedule as a briefing to council in September during my report. So that's all I have for right now.
Thank you. Any questions?
If there's nothing to report at this time, that's fine, but in the written report, there's reference to meetings occurring related to the decarbonization study. I didn't know if there were any updates in terms of what the next steps for that process will be.
So the decarbonization study work session is scheduled for the 26th. It's a special work session that's been added. The Office of Sustainability, Utilities Department, and the consultant Black & Veatch will all be present to walk council through an update as to where we are. If you recall, back in January, I announced that I put a pause on that schedule so that we could really take our time and dig in a little bit more. Part of what you'll hear in the March session will be an update to some public outreach events that we plan to have so that we can get more feedback and then hopefully be able to bring something forward in the way of recommendations by the late summer. So but that work session is March 26th at 5 p.m.
Thank you.
I think that's right. Yeah.
Other questions for city manager this time?
No, I just would encourage people to look at the online packet where your very detailed report is listed. It's just full of very helpful information about all the things that the city's doing.
So we're now at the point for community matters. There are 8 pre-registered speakers, leaving 8 slots for additional speakers on community matters. If one of the first 8 speakers is absent, a person on the waiting list will take that speaking slot. Each speaker has up to 3 minutes to speak, and we'll now open the floor to the pre-registered speakers in the order that they have signed up. And the first one is William Espinoza.
Thank you, Mayor Ray and councilors. My name is Bill Espinoza. I live at 208 Coulter Drive. I know you all have made a decision about electric buses and other forms of transit, but it's a long road. And to that, colleagues that have been on a informal committee are going to make a formal presentation to all of you and send correspondence to you that's aimed at ensuring that the next steps are fair, are informed, and are transparent. And I think that would go a long way towards alleviating any community concerns. Personally, I was a lawyer. I grew up in a family that was in the oil business at one point. I have a whole lot of experience in energy, environment. Climate change came to my attention 35 years ago when there was a Russian physicist in Moscow talking about it. But I don't really want to speak about expertise here because you've all heard a lot of people who have that expertise. What I'd like to do is say something a little more personal, which is about the moral dimensions of what we're working with here. We're dealing with a threat to humanity that is possibly even higher than the threat of nuclear war. Other people have talked about it as World War III, which we're engaged against each other. The number of people who could die, who could suffer, who could injured, who could be forced to migrate, all are huge, beyond our conceptions. And if action's not taken, maybe not in my lifetime, but in some of yours, you're going to see it in a truly terrifying way. And I think, and I know that part of the reaction here is, well, what can we do in this little city? And what it reminds me of is when my parents were part of the World War II generation, and if any one of them had gone out and said, I don't think that I can make a difference, as opposed to participating in the war effort, as opposed to looking for ways to serve, they wouldn't have lasted long. And my request to you, because I think there was a lot of misinformation put out here, is that you look at it with that same perspective. What is it I can do? Of course, we don't want to be unfair to disadvantaged groups, but what is it that I personally or a community can do? And it's a really, really important issue, and I'll hope you come from that perspective in the future.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Michael Salataria. If I get your name right, Michael.
Good evening, council members. My name is Michael Salvatierra. I live at 1322 Welford Street. I'm a parent of 2 kids in the city schools. I've been a teacher at Venable for the last 15 years, and I'm a member of the CEA. And I'm here to urge you to pass this increase in budget for our city schools. I would even urge you to allocate more if it were possible. I've spent many hours this year sitting with and listening to teachers share how stretched they are, how close they are to leaving because of how stretched they are. And they often say this through tears. They share this because they care deeply, but it's too much. It's taking too great of a toll on them. And what I hear again and again is the need for smaller classes, for special education support, for ELL, ESL teachers support, behavior and mental health challenges, and of course issues with substitutes. And all of these are addressed, at least in some small way. They are at least a step forward in this increase in budget. As far as class sizes, I would just invite you to come and see the difference between in a kindergarten or a first grade class between 24 students in a class and 18 students in a class. It is a huge difference, and it's really the difference between a teacher burning out or a teacher staying. The additional positions in this budget will help. There's not as much in the budget about this, but our special education is truly understaffed across the division. There's a need, K-Tech doesn't even have a special ed teacher, and that is in this budget. So I'm also really grateful for the ELL population that we have in our city and in our schools. I'm so grateful that is true and that is increasing in our schools. Our schools and our classrooms are better places because they are here, and we need more teachers. The ratios, the caseloads that our ELL teachers have are unsustainable, and we need more of that, and there is more of that in this budget. And I guess in closing, all that we've seen with all the turmoil in our schools and at the high school and throughout the whole division, we have seen that the biggest way that we can support all of our kids here, because they belong to all of us, is to attract and mentor and retain and compensate and reward good teachers. It's not just about having good ideals or leaning on the goodwill of dedicated teachers. It's about actually listening to the teachers that are in the classroom every day with the kids. So when we say we need more staffing, we need more funding, we need more support, please listen to us. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Heidi Berthoud. Sorry.
Good evening. My name is Heidi Divya-Bertu, and I live on River Vista Avenue in the Locust Grove neighborhood, contiguous to the Mount View PUD project. A couple of weeks ago, I sent you a list of requests for improvements to the proposed site plans, along with a list of supportive neighbors. We know we can do a whole lot better than what has been designed, and we persist in caring for our neighborhood and city and asked for a direct and meaningful dialogue with us, the residents, that you represent before going any further with these plans. I included a link to a recent encouraging article where the mayor and city manager said they support using community benefits agreements. Last year, a Charlottesville developer allowed a neighborhood association to help them design a new building project in the Fifeville neighborhood. We did reach out to the Mount View developer, Bryce Craig, directly. Unfortunately, that conversation was only brief. Making neighborhood engagement a rule instead of the exception would yield a more sustainable, beautiful city. Many Locust Grove neighbors have given input to the city on this project. Many of us do not feel heard or engaged with. As we said in the letter to you, we understand the need for increased affordable housing in the city. Many would like to see meaningful affordable housing rather than the trifling this plan calls for. This plan has taken a mostly green space and almost entirely paved it over. For me, the existing magnificent ancient trees has me fired up. The plans call for complete removal of all trees. Some are easily 250 to 300 years old. Have you seen them? They are historical and biological treasures that are being tossed callously. The design could be altered quite easily without losing any housing. In fact, the trees on the northern border should be the focal green space, the park that distinguishes this development and is planned around them. If there is a will, they could be properly cared for. These multi-serviceful trees are our lungs, our shade, our stormwater buffers, the home to many critters, our beauty, and it's not too late. Urban planning should be robustly geared towards the climate crisis. This plan has too much pavement, increasing urban heat. Noted on the updated site plan is increased greenery, but Mountain Laurel does not transplant well, which is why we don't see them except in the wild. The stormwater plans could be much improved with more consideration of the nearby Rivanna. Biofilters must be added to save local wildlife from entrapment. We consider the access roads very unsafe. Among us is a landscape architect, hydrologist, and other architects. We bring informed skills and care to this table. We are your natural resources. Use us. Will you give us serious consideration as essential partners in creating a better plan for Mount View PUD in particular and our city in general? Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is David Knowing.
Good evening. It's David Koenig. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am a teacher in Charlottesville City Schools. I have 2 children in Charlottesville City Schools as well. And the main point of my comment tonight is to urge you to please pass the budget as presented to you by Dr. Gurley and by the school board, which has already been cut down to significantly fewer dollars than what our schools actually need. My colleague, Mr. Salvatierra, gave some great details about things in that budget that we need and why we need them. I'm pretty sure that my colleague, Ms. Gillikin, will do the same in a few minutes. I'd like to talk about the budget a little bit more generally, about what it means, about what it says about our city. Budgets, conversations about them can be incredibly boring. Reading them, even worse. All the numbers just seem to bleed together on the page after a while as you flip through them. But budgets are incredibly important documents. At heart, they are a statement about values. What do we think is important as a community or as a society? Those things that we prioritize, those things that we value, will be fully funded. Those things that we do not value will be given short shrift. When Dr. Gurley presented to you at the work session several weeks ago, one of the slides that he included showed that as a city, we spend considerably less than the average in Virginia per capita as a percentage of our budget on education. I think our percentage is about 36% compared to the state average of 48%. That shows that our city, this council, values education, values our schools, values our students, values our children less than the rest of our state. I find that to be unacceptable. I would hope and expect that many of you do as well. So, please fund our schools. Now, that money I know has to come from somewhere. When Mr. Mayor Wade visited my school a couple weeks ago, I expressed to him my regret that we can't have a progressive property tax. His response was, well, there are things that can be done. We didn't get a chance to talk about it in a lot of detail, but my takeaway was that where there's a will, there's a way. If property taxes need to be raised, please raise them. I'll say this, I live in Greenbrier. I live down the street from Mr. Snook. My wife and I are both teachers. We're not wealthy, but we're doing okay. And I'd be happy to pay a little bit more to see our students, our children, get what they need. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Harold Foley Jr.
Good afternoon, good evening, how everyone's doing. My name is Harold Foley. I'm a resident of Charlottesville. I'm also a member of the People's Coalition. I'm here to speak about the jail renovation and my experience with the community forums held in January and February. Community engagement did not occur in the past few months. City council members, you voted for interim funding with emphasis on community engagement. Community forums are not community engagement. The 3 forums consist of primary PowerPoint slides where community members were spoken at, not spoken to. Even folks were confused about what was it including these tiers? Questions were reserved at the end. Community engagement takes time, not 3 sessions. Importantly, the 3 tiers were designed with no community input. When we asked how the 2 lower tiers were designed, we was told, pick a number, and that's what we did. So, what I want to say, this Charlottesville budget is better. Charlottesville budget is better spent on community-based services. We was told that both we can build jail and we can support the community with community-based services. However, Charlottesville fiscal budget for 2024 only consists of a $200,000 increase in funding for outside agencies as part of the Vibrant Community Fund. Instead, for instance, Partner for Mental Health received $21,000 of $30,000 requested. The Fountain Fund received $23,000 of $50,000 requested. The Women's Initiative received $35,000 of $50,000 requested. In contrast, the 3rd tier is proposed to cost $72 million by the time it's fully paid off. What we want, what the People Coalition want. Real quick, we want the systems like the HVACs and pumping system to be updated. Second, the recreation center should be a rec center, not a cell with a wall, and that's it. Third, segregation rooms need access rooms. And also, the last one, we want to ask folks, please, slow down. Raise their hands. How many people know about the jail renovation? Okay. The crazy thing is, school board, the school system's coming for money, but we're going to put money into a jail. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Bruce Glasgow.
Hello, you've seen me before with the Bus Electrification Group. My name is Bruce Glasgow, and I'm the chair of the CEVA 100 Bus Electrification Committee. It's great to see so many teachers here. I've always felt that environmentalism and education really go together. And first of all, Mayor Wade and the council, on behalf of the committee, we would like to express our appreciation that a slide with our questions and concerns was included in the February 27th work session. We're glad that our recommendations were heard, even though we were also disappointed that they were not followed to the extent that we would have wished. Although the purchase of electric buses was not pursued as aggressively as it has been in cities like, for instance, Blacksburg, I know, Blacksburg, we are now joining with the city in looking forward to the next steps to be taken. We do have several questions that we hope Mayor Wade and Mr. Williams from CAT will be able to answer soon, and these questions will be sent to you after this meeting. First, according to the best practices study on transitioning to battery electric buses that we have previously shared with you, the choices of battery chargers, staffing, and staff training pertaining to the trial of BEB buses will contribute at least as much to how smoothly the trials will go as the choice of bus and charger hardware. Will there be at least one dedicated city employee in charge of planning, organizing, and overseeing the battery electric trial program? Will this individual have strong BEB transition experience and enthusiasm for the project? Will they be authorized to provide updates to the public on the progress of the pilot and serve as a contact point with the community? Second, have the electric buses already been ordered? If they have been, from what company and what model are they? If not, what criteria will be used to choose which buses to order? Will we be able to find out what battery size and kilowatt hours, and whether or not the buses have auxiliary cabin heaters? Third, when CAT's facilities are expanded to accommodate a larger fleet, will charging infrastructure sufficient for more than 2 BEBs be installed? When will planning for the charging infrastructure installation occur? Fourth, How will the metrics for measuring the effectiveness of the battery electric buses be developed? If the pilot program is to be judged fairly, will pass-fail conditions be decided ahead of time instead of after the fact? Fifth, if the pilot project does show that the 2 trial battery electric buses can do their jobs well, is there any reason not to accelerate the purchase of more of them, or a newer model if available, as replacements for retiring diesel buses? This faster BEV transition will move us closer to the city's 2030 emission reduction goal. We look forward to hearing how the city and CAT intend to proceed with this important trial.
Thank you, Mr. Glasgow. The next speaker is Shannon Gillikin.
Good evening, Council. My name is Shannon Gillikin, and I'm a City Schools parent, teacher, and the president of the Charlottesville Education Association. I'm here tonight to urge you to fully fund the budget requests being brought to you by Dr. Gurley and the school board. Among the requests is a line item for 7.5 full-time positions. These positions are solely to account for growth in our schools. As a council, you've been making great strides to make room for all kinds of people in our city by passing a new zoning code. With new housing brings new families, which means new students for us. My own school, Jackson Via, has gone from one of the smallest schools in the city to the biggest elementary school in the last few years because of housing built in our district. You have to make room for these students, and you need teachers to do that. We cannot simply keep doing more with less. Another item in the proposed budget is for additional reading and math specialists at Walker and at Buford. Today I spoke to both of the reading specialists at Walker, and I learned that they cannot currently serve all the students who actually qualify for their services. There's too many students for only 2 specialists. Many of these students are also English learners. Guess what? That's also in the budget. We are talking about the basic skills of speaking English and learning to read. How are we not pouring resources towards that? I'll be honest, we are past the point of needing help. We have been limping since COVID in the face of incredible needs and increasing budget cuts. I could go through every single line item in this budget, I'm gonna let them do that, and explain the need behind the numbers, but behind the numbers are children. Our kids are the city's greatest resource because they are our future. If you don't want to continue the narrative of Charlottesville being a town of haves and have-nots, you have to stop underfunding our schools, and you need to invest in our students. Thank you.
The next speaker is John Worsbit. Worsby.
It's all right. Good evening. My name is John Worsby. I'm a teacher, and I second everything the teachers have been saying. I reside at 1114 Sherwood Road. I respectfully request that the City Council direct the Utilities Department to distribute content from the City Arborist and/or the Charlottesville Tree Commission. We are about to allow an invasive catastrophe in the city. And with just casual observation, one can see dozens of mature trees being consumed by invasive species that will envelop their canopy and kill those trees. Extrapolating out, this becomes hundreds of trees across all of our neighborhoods. For well over a year, I've been asking the utility department to include in their mailings information around simple mitigation measures that homeowners can utilize to save trees on private property, to no avail. Typically, I've received no response to my queries, and in the one instance when I got someone on the phone, I got the runaround. That's just some backstory. Subsequent to this frustration, I learned of the Charlottesville Tree Commission and started attending their meetings. Parks and Rec does a brilliant job reducing invasive presence. However, according to the Tree Commission, almost 70% of existing tree canopy is on private property. As you might imagine, members of the commission are sympathetic to this cause, but representatives of the commission have also met similar resistance to using existing city distribution lists. They were told the Utilities Department does not do mailings. I know that that's hearsay, but it happened. And I'm holding here a postcard that was generated by the Utilities Department lauding their sapling giveaway. While this is a wonderful program, in the next few years we're going to lose significant numbers of mature century-old trees to simple neglect or ignorance of the threat of invasives, when the solution is 20 minutes with a pair of loppers or $50 to a landscaper. The Utilities Department seems to think that planting saplings is ecologically, economically, even psychologically sound practice. Don't understand why protecting existing canopy doesn't fit that bill and resonate with their goals. In no way am I suggesting that government representatives or workers should go onto private property. I just want a QR code to get pushed out, linking to approved mitigation content to draw residents' attention to this program, or to this problem. We need a moonshot level effort to save a defining feature of Charlottesville City, our beautiful tree canopy. And this is an effort that NGOs should not be left alone to accomplish. The problem here is not content. The tree stewards as well as the tree commission have one-pagers that hit the target. The problem is distribution. Tree commission approved content is consistent with the utilities department rationale to give away saplings. And the fact that I've had to come here to beg this is indicative of some sort of institutional inertia. I'm just asking that one of you please just make a phone call or send an email or just give a push to this effort to just inform the public of this imminent issue, to use our existing distribution lists and the vehicles at our disposal to draw attention to the problems of invasives and the ease of mitigation for individual trees. As I mentioned, this is an ecological, aesthetic, and economically prudent communique. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. So that was all of the pre-registered speaking. We have an opportunity for 8 other speakers. And so is anyone here this evening would like to speak? Yeah. Yes.
Ready? Okay. Good evening, Mayor Wade and members of the council. My name is Sandra Aviles, 617 West Main Street. I am the community organizer for Charlottesville United for Public Education, and I'm here as a parent and as a community member who sees on a daily basis the magic that our educators are able to create on a shoestring budget, as well as the very serious challenges that our students are facing socially, emotionally, and academically in our underfunded hallways. But we need to switch from the magic to models. So I'm here to express my support for additional funding for Charlottesville City Schools. The support that Charlottesville United would like to see is the $9 million request. Charlottesville City Schools is not asking for bells and whistles. Most of it addresses external pressures and opportunities like post-pandemic academic and social recovery. Teachers and substitute teacher shortages and growing enrollment of students who need additional support like English learners, as well as site-based substitutes. The truth is that the things that the city of Charlottesville thinks it is and aspires to be hinges on our public education system. We'll only succeed as an equitable community when more than one tax bracket can thrive and one that extends open arms to our international neighbors. If we grow our investment in schools that serve all of our children. Charlottesville United stands behind our teachers union and our families. We're in support for a more robust, collaborative, and transparent budgeting process for our schools that allows for advanced coordination with city council and community partners. Aligning our goals like affordable housing in public schools, measuring Charlottesville's investment in public schools relative to overall budget and comparable communities. The most critical introspection of Charlottesville City Schools expenditures. Right now, you're not working with a perfect system and you have tough choices to make, but please don't make our kids pay that price. We can answer the immediate call for support while also getting to work on long-term systematic improvements. Showing up for our kids right now with this budget allocation is also stepping up for the Charlottesville community. Thank you so much for your leadership and your service in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there someone else who'd like to speak?
Hello, my name is Kate Fraley. I'm a Charlottesville resident, and I speak for myself tonight. Thank you for this opportunity. The conversation you will have towards the end of the meeting tonight is very important. Your conversation will help Vice Mayor Pinkston, Ms. Ashley Marshall, and Sheriff Brown know how council feels about the renovation expansion project at the jail. Their votes on the Almar Charlottesville Regional Jail Board are votes representing the citizens of Charlottesville and the interests of the elected city council. I sent you an email about the recreation area being walled in. Colonel Coomer wrote saying that it's not accurate. He said there's going to be like 3 or 4 and they're different I was hoping he or Mr. Bell would talk about that tonight. Is there enough money to do everything that is needed in Charlottesville? No. $1 million a year for 27 years is a lot of money, and there are programs that help people stay out of jail that are more important. A good education is a piece of that. One of the reasons given for doing this huge renovation expansion project now is that the census is low. So in option 3, everybody whose bed is being demolished or renovated can be incarcerated in the 2000 building. Why can't they go there now? 2 of the pods are closed. There's lots of emphasis about the mental health beds. There's evidence that being in jail at all causes a mental health crisis. The new Marcus Alert program will decrease jail admissions for people with mental health crises. In option 3, those new mental health cells, single occupancy cells, are only going to be occupied until the person's behavior gets good enough for them to go back to general population. So there won't be treatment beyond medication. I'd like to read to you a paragraph from an article that I can send you the stuff about if you want. Quote, people interested in improving the lives of incarcerated people are often swayed by compassionate arguments, but they should never lose sight of the fact that incarceration in itself is inherently harmful to physical and mental health, leaving many with PTSD-like conditions called post-incarceration syndrome, which can even trigger drug use. At best, jail as a place of treatment is, at best, ineffectual. At worst, these bad policies drain funding from community-based support systems that can address challenges before a crisis results in incarceration. Jail is a place of trauma, not healing. The ship has not yet sailed. The final plans are not yet done. The values study has not been done. And the final vote on funding from the municipalities has not happened. In my opinion, changing core, I know. I got one last line. You can always say no at the altar.
Hello, good evening, council members.
Good evening.
My name is Sam. I'm a resident of Charlottesville. I'm here to speak on the jail renovations and the arguments I've seen council members use to justify it. So the article that you all will have been passed is from the Prison Policy Initiative, and it highlights 3 C's used to justify jail expansion. The 3 C's are capacity, contemporary, and compassionate. Proponents argue that a contemporary jail is required to house people. However, existing jails and prisons are understaffed around the country. For instance, Thurston County and Washington had a $45 million jail renovation that sat empty for 6 years because there was not additional staff to run it. Here at ACRJ, more classroom space is included in design plans, even though current classroom space is underutilized and programs are not at full capacity. Adding mental health beds also requires hiring more mental health professionals. Finally, proponents argue that compassion necessitates expansion to treat people more humanely. For instance, they argue that mental health beds are required. However, jails are not appropriate settings for treatment. Jails cause trauma and should not be the primary providers of mental health services. In McLean County in Illinois, $43 million was used to build a jail with more mental health beds. However, a few years later, people with mental health concerns were once again being held in the booking area. Capacity, contemporary, and compassionate arguments do not justify a 17,500 square foot expansion. Charlottesville budget is better spent on community-based services. The third tier is proposed to cost at least $72 million by the time it's fully paid off. We should instead be investing in our community-based services instead of jail expansion. While the People's Coalition demands 3 things, that the HVAC and plumbing be updated, that a real recreation area be built, and that all cells, including segregation rooms, need access to a day room. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there other speakers that would like to speak? We have 5 more slots at this time. Any other speakers at this time? There'll be another opportunity at the end of the meeting. We will now close that portion of the public, and we hear for the action items, Sandy Shackelford with the Planning District Commission and Ben Chambers will present the next item.
Good evening, Council. I'm Ben Chambers. I'm the city's Transportation Planning Manager. Tonight I have the pleasure of introducing Sandy Shackelford from the Thomas Jefferson Planning District Commission. Sandy is here tonight to describe the work currently underway on our system's roadway safety action plan, which is called Move Safety Blue Ridge, and to secure the city's commitment to participation in this effort. According to the US DOT, requirements for a safety action plan, they require that local leaders adopt a commitment to the plan that includes setting targets for reductions in death and serious injuries. So tonight, Sandy is going to provide you with some background information and ask you for a general commitment to supporting the planning effort, but we'll also be asking you to adopt specific safety targets. These targets include the eventual elimination of all roadway fatalities and serious injuries, but more specifically, eliminating roadway fatalities in the city by 2045 and reducing serious roadway injuries by 2045 by 50%. Both of these will be a fantastic achievement if we're able to reach these targets, and I'm pretty sure that we have the ability to do that. They're within our reach. Sandy's going to provide you with some idea of the scope of the problem we're facing in terms of safety on our roadways and how we're working as a region to develop plans to address it. I'll be back in April with a transportation work session to provide more detail on what the city is currently working on in order to help us reach those targets. Until then, we'll be turning it over to Sandy. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a presentation ready? Or am I just, we'll just go low tech tonight. So good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me here this evening.
One second.
There should be a presentation. There's a presentation in our packet.
It's in the packet. It's in the packet. Okay. Well, okay. All right. So as Ben said, my name is Sandy Shackelford. I'm with the Thomas Jefferson Planning District Commission, and thank you for having me here tonight to tell you about the Move Safely Blue Ridge plan development, which is a comprehensive safety action plan. I'll explain what that means in just a minute. Basically, the TJPDC is developing this plan in partnership with all 6 of the jurisdictions within our region, including the city of Charlottesville. And so my goal for today is just to share some background on the Safe Streets and Roads for All program and to seek a resolution of support from you all to support efforts to reduce roadway-related fatalities and serious injuries. So on the second slide in your packet, it provides a little bit of background information on the Safe Streets and Roads for All program. And so a couple of things that I'm going to highlight. This project is funded through a federal US DOT discretionary grant known as the Safe Streets and Roads for All grant. And all 6 of the jurisdictions, including the city of Charlottesville, contributed to the local match portion of that grant. The Safe Streets and Roads for All program was established with the passage of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law in 2021. And it provides funding for 2 types of projects. The first type of project is the development of the Comprehensive Safety Action Plan, which we are currently undergoing. And then it also provides funding for implementation projects. However, in order to qualify for implementation project funding through the Safe Streets and Roads for All program, your region or your locality must first have adopted an eligible comprehensive safety action plan. And so none of the jurisdictions within the TJPDC region had a comprehensive safety action plan that met the eligibility criteria. And so that's why we applied for the funding to first of all do this plan. The plan that we develop will meet the implementation grant eligibility requirements. So that means that your jurisdiction, the city of Charlottesville, will be able to apply for implementation funding through the grant in the last rounds of the committed grant funding. The TJPDC is managing the development of a plan, which we're calling Move Safely Blue Ridge, but we're working closely with each of our jurisdictions to ensure that priority recommendations and countermeasures that come out of this plan are identified individually for each locality. What that means is that each of the localities is going to have their own chapter of the plan identifying locally specific priorities. So we want to make sure that the plan reflects the needs for Charlottesville and that it is flexible enough to serve as both a regional plan and a local and ideally hyper-local plan. So moving on to the next slide. This shows some of the overall benefits of developing a comprehensive safety action plan. Our real goal, we want to have a plan in place. That's a great first step, but our real goal is to make sure that we are implementing improvements that will help us move towards that goal of reducing and eventually eliminating roadway fatalities and serious injuries. So one of the ways that we're going to do that, probably the first thing that comes to all our mind, is infrastructure improvements. So infrastructure improvements would be a qualifying implementation grant or implementation strategy that comes out of this plan. But we're also going to be talking about what are some other strategies that follow the 4 E's of roadway safety. So in addition to engineering, that includes educating the public on how to reduce their risks and how to travel more safely. Enforcement, how do we develop enforcement practices, or what are some enforcement strategies that we could implement that might also improve safety outcomes? And then also looking at how can we improve the effectiveness of emergency response. The other thing we're hoping to do through this planning process is develop a pipeline of projects that would be eligible for funding, for implementation funding through this grant program, but also to identify projects that would be effective that could be eligible through other grant funding programs, such as transportation alternatives, revenue sharing, or potentially even smart scale, as well as projects that could be locally managed in order to have the most effective outcomes as possible in our efforts to improve roadway safety. And if we move on to the next slide, please. This next slide, these are the required elements that a plan must have in order to meet those eligibility requirements. So we start with a leadership commitment to supporting reduction of deaths and serious injuries. That's one of the reasons why I'm here tonight. The plan also requires that the plan is data-driven, using information that's available to help us understand from a macro perspective, and it must be developed incorporating a robust public engagement process with special attention to an inclusive and representative planning process. The TJPDC is going to use its established transportation programs to provide the ongoing oversight, monitoring, and reporting that's necessary to meet the grant requirements, as you'll see on this chart. But then the main reason we're here tonight is to seek the leadership commitment from you all to support efforts to reduce deaths and serious injuries on the roads in Charlottesville. This next slide shows the most recent 8 years of crash data in Charlottesville. So if you look at the axis on the left shows the serious injuries. The axis on the right shows the number of fatalities. Between 2018 and 2022, there were a total, so that's this graph shows the last 8 years. Looking at just the last 5 years of available data, there were 208 crash-related fatalities and serious injuries in the city of Charlottesville. And you'll see that there's an uptick in the most recent 5 years. And this is consistent with national trends, and it demonstrates why there has been such a high priority from the federal government to committing resources across the country to reverse these trends, and why one of the requirements from the grant is a local government leadership commitment to support these efforts. Specifically, the grant program states that for a comprehensive safety action plan to meet eligibility requirements, the commitment must include a goal and timeline for eliminating roadway fatalities and serious injuries, and that this goal may be achieved through establishing an ambitious percentage reduction of roadway fatalities and serious injuries by a specific date with an eventual goal of eliminating roadway fatalities and serious injuries. And then this last slide shows what we are recommending as the commitment to the reduction in fatalities and serious injuries. We discussed this requirement with the Charlottesville City staff, and the collective recommendation is that Charlottesville adopts the goal of eliminating roadway fatalities by 2045 and reducing the number of serious injuries by 50% by 2045, with a commitment to an eventual goal of ultimately eliminating roadway fatalities and serious injuries completely. And so we are asking for you to approve the resolution of commitment that has been included in your meeting packets, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any clarifying questions?
I have a question. You said reduce to zero and then cut in half by 2045. Is there a period of time by 2045? Sorry, not 25, 2045. Like, is it, okay, we did it in 2045 and now we're done? Or is it like, for 7 years, we want there to be nothing and have that 7th year be 2045?
Yeah, I think this is measured using, if we are consistent with how the state does this, we would be measuring it against the most recent year, full year of data collection, which would be 2022. So we would be gauging what happens by the end of 2045 compared to the end of 2022. You're talking about maybe using a 5-year average. I don't think there's anything that would prevent you from using that metric. I think there's some flexibility in how you're measuring it, but yeah.
Okay, and so, yeah, so it's like, okay, great, we did it in 2045.
Mm-hmm.
But the year before, let's say the year before was terrible. So like, that trend is not a trend if it's just the 1 year that we meet that goal. Because like in 2015, we were less than half and at zero. So we've done that before.
So are you stating that maybe you would like to reframe the goal to say that this is, to clarify that it's a 5-year average? You're taking a 5-year average?
Or just something that it's not a single point in time that we're aiming for, but over time, we are doing better. Also, it seems far away. Is there a reason why we're not more aggressive in our timeline?
The reason that we chose this particular timeline is because it is consistent with the goals that have been established statewide through the state highway safety plan, which also has a goal to reduce both fatalities and serious injuries by 50% by 2045.
So that's the state timeline, and we're joining on with that.
Yeah, this is consistent with the state timeline. You could probably identify a more a shorter time frame if you wanted to.
Does being in alignment with the state's goals have any implications in terms of pursuing that federal money?
No, there's no requirement that this is in alignment with the state goals, but we thought that that was a good metric to compare against and to use as a baseline for what might be practical.
Where do we already stand kind of relative to the rest of the state? I mean, are we doing better or worse than, is there any way to compare that?
I don't know the answer offhand. We probably could look at least other urban areas and see what their recent trends were comparatively. I wouldn't be able to speak to it tonight, though.
Yeah, because I would be interested in bringing that timeline a little closer to now.
I see.
So, as far as getting public input, first of all, I think you should, if Chief Koch and his officers are not patrol officers, they have a pretty good pulse on what accidents take place. But I think you can ask anyone. A lot of people know Ridge Street, right there, the entrance to 5th Street, right, the entrance to Ridge Street is a big problem, and Hurst Street, right there, where you can, it's some places we already know, and I hope this doesn't, initiate a lot of new places and some places that we already know about that, that need some help, because maybe some people come out, which is good, but we don't want that to kind of cloud what we already know. We've already identified where people have come to council in other places. So I'm sure Ben knows about those places, but if this opens us up for some additional funding, federal funding, I think it's a good thing. Are there other questions or comments?
So just so I understand kind of what's needed of us, the origination of this is to pursue bipartisan infrastructure law funding as well as a good goal in and of itself. So are you looking for a commitment letter from us that's supporting a region-wide goal, or is this going to be each individual locality sets their own standard?
Correct, yeah. So we have been to each locality. Charlottesville is actually the last locality, and they have each adopted their own goals that they've established. I think all of them have adopted a 50% reduction in fatalities and serious injuries by 2045.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what's in blue in our packet, I guess.
What's in blue in your packet?
The actual resolution, the
Yes.
commitment letter,
Correct,
which is on page 68.
correct.
And just to be clear, I'm like pro traffic calming measures and, if we can, add bump outs and daylighting at intersections and eliminate right turn on red and all of that, I'm very for it. But I would hope that we would get there before 2025.
I mean, is it, to Councilor Oshrin's point, Mr. Chambers, would it be possible for us to adopt this so that we meet this requirement to unlock this money, but then internally have our own internal goal? I mean, you're going to come back to us.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, the goal would be to have no deaths next year, and presumably, just at least to some degree, the amount of money and investment we make on reducing that, would, there's a direct correspondence, not one-to-one, but, we're balancing this against the other needs as well, but.
Right.
And I get the fact that to some degree this is more art than science, but I agree with what is being said down there as well. So I'm just wondering, when you come to talk with us, if there's a way to talk about, in addition to all the other things I know you'll be chatting with us about, but basically how we could take this commitment letter and make it more sort of operationalized or something, is what I'm looking for?
So what this commitment letter does is just commits you to this specific goal for this specific plan. If you want to talk about specifically in Charlottesville what we are doing, if we wanted to do something more aggressive, we can talk about that going forward, but this just helps us get to the next step with this specific plan. If we want to talk about a more aggressive year going forward in the future, if we want to talk about eliminating injuries entirely, those are some goals that we can talk through and think through what the implications of those are going forward, because they are a lot more aggressive than what this is going to be proposing. And that has some implications on what we'll need to move forward with going.
Yeah.
And are you looking for us to adopt the commitment letter tonight?
I think so.
Yeah, I believe it's by motion.
Well, I would say I think it's fantastic that we're taking practical steps to pursue this federal money, which I think will be necessary to achieve any of the goals we want related to transportation or climate change. And because of that, I'm comfortable with adopting the commitment letter and I would move for adoption of the commitment letter.
Second.
Further discussion? If not, can we vote?
Was there a second?
There was
Okay.
Second.
Yeah.
Second.
Yeah. The motion passes 5-0, so thank you very much.
Sandy, it's nice to see you. Yeah, take care.
The next item is Dr. Worrell Gurley, the presentation of the school's budget. I'm not sure if it's going to be introduced by Sam or.
No, he can. Go ahead. You don't need. No, it wasn't. The floor is yours.
I will start. Good evening, Mayor Wade, members of the council. This evening, we will present to you the budget that was approved on February 22nd, 2024 by the Charlottesville City School Board. As you will see and hear, the FY25 budget encapsulates and prioritizes the needs of our students and our teachers. Next slide, please. I don't know. Do I have the clicker? There we go. The sequence of our presentation tonight will follow the agenda displayed, touching a little bit on our budget priorities. We'll speak to some of our many achievements, student enrollment, state revenue, a budget overview, and then a budget summary. Last school year, the Charlottesville City Schools staff, along with various stakeholder groups, worked diligently to chart a course for the school division for the next 5 years. From that process, we developed what we feel is a comprehensive strategic plan which focuses on the following 4 areas: increasing academic achievement, providing a culture of safety, wellness, and belonging, supporting our staff, and ensuring effective and efficient operations. As we embarked upon the budget process for this year, we wanted to ensure that the priorities for the FY25 budget were aligned to the strategic plan. And to that end, our budget priorities are student achievement, specifically literacy, interventions, and overall academic learning, the transition of K-Tech to Charlottesville City Schools, safety and security, compensation and benefits for our staff, and building modernization. Now, Dr. Gurley.
All right, so good evening again. So I am honored to work alongside some amazing educators, which you heard from this evening. The accomplishments displayed are as a result of a collective effort. They don't belong to one person. And I firmly believe that in Charlottesville City Schools, we are better when we work together. During the 2022-2023 school year, we had a graduation rate that was higher than the state average. Our performing arts programs continued to make us proud as they recently represented us abroad. Our communications team won national recognition due to collective hard work of various departments and community members with our Walk to School program. We had an exceptional season, which you all recognized our boys and our girls basketball team as they really rallied our community together this past season. Our students with disabilities have shined brightly as they've made us proud with their performance on the court in their inaugural participation in the Medford League. And lastly, our Trojan Theater program won gold in a one-act play. And we have so much more to celebrate between our academic achievements and our athletic and extracurriculars. So these are just some of our many accomplishments. So displayed, you see our average daily membership. And so as we transition from accomplishments, it's important to talk about who are we talking about? And they're not just numbers. This is so that you have a picture of what it's looked like over time, but these aren't just numbers, they're faces behind these numbers. So as you can see, our enrollment is trending upward. We are heading back to pre-pandemic enrollment numbers. I've placed a star on the 2021 year. That's not because we were shining brightly that year, but I'll get to that in 1 second. But as you see, we had a dip that year, and that's because people chose to keep their children home. They had other choices, and that was still during much of what was going on with the pandemic. But for the purposes of this budget, we placed a star there because our LCI, the local composite index, is based on that year. And as you can see, there's a significant difference between our student enrollment in 2021 and our student enrollment in 2023. And that will become a significant factor as we continue to have a conversation about our budget. So now let's take a deeper look at the who. As we take a look at our students who are English language learners as presented here, when we look at that chart, it is clear to see that our enrollment in this area continues to increase. When looking at where we are today with this population of students that we're serving compared to where we were pre-pandemic, you can see that we have risen significantly. This data, just for point of reference for council, we typically pull this data fall and spring, but we felt it was very important during this budget cycle to pull the winter number so you can get an idea of how quickly our numbers tick up. So just from the fall, when we did this back in October, to doing this in the winter, you will see that we increased by 47 students. And I think what I really want to leave you with, because our English language learner, our students who require those supports, the reason why I want to focus so much on this is because if we continue at this rate that we have been on this trajectory that we have been going on, then when I stand here next school year, we will have a student enrollment that will have more than 800 students requiring English language learner services. That means that more than 20% of our student population will require English language service in some form. And I think that if you recall during our work session, what I've said is that our students, we welcome everyone. I think you've heard that. We welcome everyone who shows up at our door. We educate them. But what I've said over and over and over is that when we get our students who are non-English speakers, they impact us in two ways. They require a general education teacher, such as Ms. Gillikin and Mr. Koenig and Mrs. Salvatore. They require our general education supports, but then they also require some of our English language learner teachers who are not here. So it's a 2-for-1, which has a significant impact on our budget. So those are the students, and then we look at what's happened with our state revenue. So it's important to keep in mind that we've had significant impacts to the changes in our local composite index. If you remember that, well, I haven't said yet, it's recalculated on an odd year. So the local composite index was recalculated during 2023, and it goes into effect on January the 1st of 2024 of this school year, of this year. So there is a significant lag. That look back is from that 2021 year, which it says it's looking at our student enrollment, our ability to pay. Can we support our students? And it's can we support our students on the number of students that were enrolled back in 2021? And if you remember, there was a star there to point out because that there was a dip there, and our current enrollment is much larger. And so when we look at that lag, we know that the LCI has increased 7.5% for the 2022-24 biennium. So our local composite index, as displayed on your screen, it's 77%, which takes effect 1 July. And in accordance to state guidelines, which I'll continue to repeat, which we know is not true, according to state guidelines, the higher your LCI, the greater the locality's ability to pay. And so this impacts us because if you see there on that second line, we had decreases to our SOQ funding. And then on that third line, you will see that other state revenue losses are there, and those were some of the policy changes to the grocery tax, the loss of COVID-related money, and the hold harmless. So we've been impacted. So our enrollment is rising, our funding is decreasing. So I think our teachers have done a much better job of sharing with you an overview of our budget. I mean, because this is personal to them. These are the students who sit in the seats with them. But I think I will give you the more technical what it means, but I think you've heard their personal stories. So just an overview that included in the General Assembly's budget, which was passed last September, we were required to give a 2% raise in January. So we were required to give a raise that was not budgeted, that was unbudgeted. We provided that raise as an effort to remain in compliance with state funding guidelines. To pay for the mid-year raise, that 2% raise, we use ESSER funds and other one-time money, which we do not have and will not have access to in the upcoming school year. So we have to budget it here and acknowledge it for our upcoming school year. Also, you will see that our city maintenance and transportation contract reflects an increase of $907,000. Our K-Tech has an increase of $442,000, but I do want to note there that that number is a lot lower than what we projected when we were in the process of the acquisition of the K-Tech building. To support the rise in student enrollment and to address the specialized learning needs of our students, we have included an increase in FTEs, which you see under the school-based programs. These positions include elementary growth, the increase in our elementary growth. I think you heard Ms. Gillikin say with affordable housing comes an increase in the number of students. And likewise, you see that we've also included positions for English language learners because, again, with the increase in students who are non-native English speakers comes the need for English language learner teachers and professionals. And we've also included reading and mathematics specialists because we know we are still trying to address the needs of our students. And I think we've heard over and over this evening that our teachers are being stretched thin trying to provide those specialized services. And then I think lastly, our teachers must be able to plan. They must be able to collaborate with their colleagues. They even have some duties that they do that are essential to the functions of the building. And the feedback that we continue to hear is that to keep our teachers in the profession, they need to be able to do their job, and thus the importance of having the site-based substitutes, which the school-based programs, that's an increase of $1.8 million. And then that last line there is we have already started to see the return on academic investment for night school. We're providing our students an alternative way to learn and be successful. They're thriving, they're showing up, and so our commitment there is an increase of $218,000. So a summary, the summary of all our funds, the adopted total of all our funds, the general funds and special revenues for the FY25 budget is $119,422,543. This includes an ask in the increase in city appropriation for the FY25 budget of roughly $9 million. The decrease in state revenue from the amended FY24 budget is $17 million for the school construction assistance program and $3 million in SOQ funding due to the increase in our local composite index. And then we do have fund balance increase because of the FY23 gain share contributions. And some of that, and the local increase, I just wanted to remind you, is due to the acquisition of K-Tech.
All right, so the slide that you see here is one that was referenced earlier. The information presented on this slide comes from the Auditors of Public Accounts Comparative Cost Report for Counties and Cities for fiscal year 2022. We did present this slide during our joint session with you, not as a got you, but to show that with the growing needs of our school system, We must find a better way to meet those needs. What we see on this graph are the percentages that cities spend per capita on various functions for their community. It is clear and evident that you all have many considerations when working to balance the city's budget. We know that you all value Charlottesville City Schools, but when looking at this slide, it is also clear and evident that we have some work to do in Charlottesville specific to the function of education. On this slide here, and on behalf of the school board and Charlottesville City Schools, we are committed to continuing to work alongside you. It is imperative that we refine this process, and to that extent, we remain committed to communicating early and often to minimize surprises so that you understand the city's and the school's challenges, such as unexpected student growth in specialized programs, some of which we've talked about tonight, our English Language Learners Program and our exceptional ed or special education programs, and also opportunities such as building our preschool center. We're also committed to continuing our work with you transparently through a public process, as it is critical for effective budget development each year. It is also imperative that school personnel are included up front in discussions about housing, as housing has a direct impact on enrollment and staffing. And we also feel it is time to reevaluate the school funding model to ensure sustainable funding for essential needs for Charlottesville City Schools. We also are committed to continued use of data to drive program changes to support the needs of students and our schools. I want to thank you for your time, for receiving this. And again, on behalf of the school board, and I believe we're all present in the room tonight, we are presenting, was endorsed by all of us, and again, is a needs-based budget. So we appreciate that, and we're happy to take questions at this time. There were also a few slides in the index that go over a little bit more of the details. So we'll, again, be happy to take questions, Mayor Wade. Thank you, sir.
Thank you both very much. Questions and comments from councilors?
I do have a question. Back a couple slides to the budget summary, all funds by funding source. Yeah, thank you. Can you go over the change in the state funding portion again?
Sure. So that is related to this. I think this is.
So it went down 20 million.
Oh, sure. All right. So the back during the FY24 budget, we got the everything's an acronym. We got the SCAP grant, which was the school construction grant, and so that was $17 million that was awarded to us from the Virginia Department of Education. So that went in our budget, but then came out because we transferred that money to.
Gotcha. So it's not like we've regularly been getting like 44 million and suddenly we're getting 23.
No.
That 17 boosts that number, and then the next year we don't have that.
And then we also, and then we dropped.
And then there's the 3 million.
And then the 3 million.
Got it.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
One question is, I know in the General Assembly, the House and the Senate have released their budgets. There's a lot more negotiations to go on. But do you know from both the House and Senate budget, what, if any, is the dollar amount for the increased amount of funding that would come to Charlottesville schools from those draft budgets? Because I know they do address SOQ funding, but I don't know to what extent, if any, that would reach down to Charlottesville schools.
I think there's not a calc tool. There's no calc tool to match. So right now we're kind of shooting in the dark in terms of what that would look like. We do know that in both of those budgets, that there is a requirement of a 3% raise, which we have not accounted for at this time because we've only done this step. Because again, we prioritize the instructional need, and so we wanted to make sure we acknowledge teacher compensation through the step, but that does not meet either one of those budgets because that has a minimum of a 3% pay increase, which we would have to do to remain in compliance.
Well, I hope as council, we can work with either our state representatives, staff, or legislative representatives to understand what, if any, either additional unfunded mandates or additional funding may be coming as part of that, because that's obviously very important for us to understand. Granted that is something that is moving at the same time we're trying to put together our own budgets.
Councilor Payne, I think you have some information on this. There's efforts to claw back some of the LCI piece that Delegate Carlson is working on, or?
Well, I don't. From what I've read, I think in the House and Senate budgets they are addressing SOQ funding, but I don't know to what extent, if at all, that reaches us in Charlottesville. Okay. But they have increased in the drafts SOQ funding across the state. I don't have an initial. I don't know if this is necessarily even a question, but it's a thought. And I think you referenced this at the end. So if I were to think of kind of what my norm or expectation coming into a budget cycle would have been, it would have been in 2013, we had the Blue Ribbon Commission on Sustainable Schools funding. There's the tax agreements as part of that. And it's been normal for us to adjust what that is by, a couple $1 million. But even subtracting the $3 million from the state hit, us increasing it by 9 would be, I think, like an order of magnitude, like 3 times larger than what we normally would have increased, which I don't say to say that those increases aren't warranted, but it makes me think that so far beyond where we've been in the past, I wonder if we do need to basically revisit what that Blue Ribbon Commission on Sustainable Schools funding was, because that's been a decade, completely different city council, completely different school board, new city management, new school superintendent. And to me, as we'll get into in our budget, if we were to even fund just half of that original 12 million request, we would still need to increase our tax rate here locally. And certainly to meet that original $12 million or $9 million request would require a significant tax increase, which I don't say we shouldn't pursue that, but to me it's a sign that where our budget is right now is structurally unsound, and we're going to need to establish a new baseline for what our revenues are in the city. Because the alternative, even with tax increases, is a substantial amount of these schools' requests going unfunded, not only this year, but perpetually into the future. So I think there's a much larger conversation we need to have, and I don't know if it happens all in 1 year or over multiple years, but there's going to have to be a change in what the baseline is for revenues in the city of Charlottesville.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Michael, as I looked at the, because this was an issue when I was on school board, that percentage comparative with us and other localities, I think is 36 to 45 or 48%, that I think it's that this needs to be looked at. We need to see what we can do now, but it needs to be really a comprehensive, look at the agreement between the city, schools, and the local government. Ideally would be, a committee with school board members and city councilors and, of course, the finance people to see how this, we don't continually be coming, to city council to address this. We know what it's going to be, and somehow over the years that we've gotten out of whack because we're constantly hitting above our weight class in a lot of things, and certainly we should be doing it in schools as well. So, but we're just starting this process. We have a long way to go as far as the budget, and we'll hear from other councilors.
I want to comment about a couple of things, and the main thing I want to comment on is a caution about the difficulty of comparing apples to apples in these discussions. The page that you showed for the Auditors of Public Accounts Comparative Cost Report is an example of one of those problems. I say that because it shows Charlottesville contributing 36% of the overall budget to education, but the rest of the state providing 48% of the budget going to education. I did a lot of looking in the last few weeks at various budgets and various funding formulas and so on. And one of the things that I found is that Charlottesville's 36% is actually different from the way most localities calculate it. Most localities include capital contributions to the schools. They include debt service to the schools. If we included those two things alone, we would be up over 45%. So the difference suddenly becomes very much smaller, and the difficulty in trying to compare us to other localities is that simply the numbers don't all, different people use different methods to get to different numbers. I'll also note on that page that Health and Human Services for Charlottesville is 21% versus the rest of the state is roughly 11%. And part of why we're at 21% is because we made a commitment to spend $10 million a year on affordable housing. And part of why we're there is because we have tripled or quadrupled the amount of money that we give to poor folks who are, the various funds that we have of people who are in need. When I raised in a discussion a couple of years ago, I was cautioned that we should not put ourselves in a position of trying to pit education against housing. And I don't ever want to do that, but this kind of graph does that. And this kind of argumentation does that. And so it's not because of anything we're doing. I note that we're spending less money than the rest of the state on public safety, less money, significantly less money than the rest of the state on public works. And again, you can look at it and say, well, one of the reasons for that is there's certain anomalies in this, and certain anomalies in the way that this gets calculated someplace else. I just want to say this kind of statistic of comparing Charlottesville's funding percentages to the funding percentages of other localities is very, very difficult to get right. And that kind of thing doesn't help the argument very much in my view. I am much more interested in looking at the specific things that we know that we want to fund, and there are certain things out of the specific lists that you gave that I can say. First of all, I'll say when we met with you all a month ago, I was very impressed with the breakdown that you gave us at that time. And many of those breakdowns are still impressive and still potentially influential. That's the kind of thing that I'm much more interested in than trying to do some sort of statistical thing here. You happen to be standing up at the moment. It's not directed at you, but it is directed.
I'll stand with him.
Okay. But it has been the subject of a lot of comments that we've gotten from people who clearly have misinterpreted some of the numbers statewide. And I'm much more interested in focusing on what we do here locally rather than trying to compare it to other cities.
And I want to make sure I say, go ahead. I want to make sure that I say too that just on behalf of the teachers and staff members that I've spoken with, that's definitely not the intent of the slide. I think that we all have said countless times that we value affordable housing. We understand the importance of affordable housing. I just think that somewhere in the bigger picture, as Ms. Torres summed it up at the end, I think we've forgotten what the affordable housing does in terms of student enrollment.
Sure, it's got a cost.
Right. And so I think that, it's one of the things that we write down today's date And so we know today's the 7th of, we know today's the 5th of March. And when I stand here next year, the student enrollment in this specific area is going to trend up. It's trended up since we've done the slide. And it has a direct impact on what happens in this teacher's class. And so, yes, so I heard what Mayor Wade said. I respect it. You all are just in the early stages, but there's very little wiggle room on this end in terms of teacher capacity.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate the sort of frank, statement from the professional on this topic. I want to honor that. One of the things that in the presentations that, I guess this will be my third year going through this process, that's always really struck me is how many students, 20%, I guess, English has you call it ELL instead of ESL, but anyway, I guess it's the same.
English language learners, English as a second language.
Yeah, right.
Falls in the same
But
bucket.
it's really remarkable, and it speaks to the sort of community that we are and that we want to be. And to Councilor Payne's point earlier, I do know that there was, and if there's anyone who's an expert, it's Mayor Wade, who was on the school board for many years. But I would be interested, not right now, but at this moment tonight, but it does feel like there's some sort of disconnect or something. I don't want to steal the city manager's thunder. We obviously on the city side are trying to make really significant investments in our staff because we want the same sorts of things that you want for your staff. And so I say all that to say that I do think there needs to be more of a holistic conversation. If the baseline has shifted, in terms of the sorts of students that we need to support, if the baseline has shifted in terms of what the rules are, the standards are, if the baseline has shifted in terms of what we can expect from the state, we need to be able to go out and tell the rest of the community, okay, the baseline has shifted, things are different now. That means you're going to have to contribute more, Mr. and Mrs. Taxpayer. And, that's what we'll have to do. But I'm not saying all that to just sort of ignore what you're saying tonight. I'm taking it all, I'm taking it in. I've been thinking about this. So that's just all I'll offer right now.
Do you mind going back to the budget summary? Oh, we're on it, sorry. I just want to run my understanding of this graph by you to make sure that I'm reading it correctly. So for the 2023-2024 budget, that 125 million includes the 17 for the school renovation.
Say that one more time.
The 125 million bottom left corner includes the 17 million from the state for the school renovation.
No, that was.
Isn't the money we gave to the city for
Yes, the current budget that we're in for FY24, we had to amend it for the $17 million school construction grant we received.
Right, so that includes the 17 over on the left, and then the middle column, the 119 for the upcoming budget that we're talking about here. I just want to clarify that even though it says it's $6 million less, if you take out that 17 million from the state for the renovation, it's still a $10 million increase over everything else. So if you take 125.5 minus 17, it's like 108 something, and then the upcoming one is 119 and a little bit. So even though it reads here as a $6 million deficit, it's really a $10 million increase. Chris is giving me a thumbs up.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was reading that right, and we're not looking at a operational deficit.
No.
Right, if you
no,
remove
all
that
you're seeing,
17.
all you're seeing is an in and an out of a school construction grant in this current budget year.
Yes,
That we
so-
will not have in next year's budget.
Right, so I just wanted to clarify that we're not at a $6 million loss if you, all things equal, take out that bonus 17 that we got. Okay, thank you.
I have one kind of random question, just out of curiosity. The enrollment trends are obviously up, but overall enrollment is kind of returning to where things were pre-pandemic. With the ELL enrollment, is that similar where the total ELL students second language students is returning to the pre-pandemic level, or is that like been a fundamental change where even pre-pandemic it's totally different?
Oh, yes, this is higher than pre-pandemic, yes.
Dr. Gurley, what type of exercise did you all go through to reduce your first request from 12 to 9?
So to generate, the entire process, we looked at, so we started with student enrollment and projections. So Dr. Jeannie Fouts is our ELL instructional specialist. So we looked at enrollment. What is our student enrollment for general education classrooms look like? And so that's how we arrived where we arrived in terms of support. When we started to peel back, we started there. Like, what is the student enrollment going to be? Because everything that we're left with is what students need to access their curriculum. So we peeled back. I mean, we came back slightly on the site-based substitutes, the compensation for staff. We peeled that back. I mean, but the bottom line is we could not remove the teaching positions. Those have to happen because the students are going to show up at our door. So, I mean, the exercise we went through is what do we need to run the school? And that was what was left.
I think in that original budget, correct me if I'm wrong, there were a lot more site-based substitutes initially as well, and so they cut back significantly on those. And again, that was a big request, and you've heard, I think a couple different iterations of that tonight from the teachers and the difference that makes for them in the building and day to day to do their job. So that was another area where there was a big cut with FTEs there.
Yeah, and then there were some things, that we could take care of with like one-time money. Remember in that original presentation, one of the things that kind of pains me to say out loud, but we have to look at the redistricting of our elementary zones because of class sizes. So that was in the budget that we presented to you all when it was $12 million. We peeled those types of things out that we could take care of with like some of the vacancy savings that we've had, anything that we could do with like one-time money.
So we have a lot of work to do, and I want you to know that we and me, myself particularly, empathize with you that you all produced a budget that you felt you needed to do your duties as school board members and superintendent. Understanding that you don't have taxing power, you have to come to the local government. I did it 16 times, and many times in your position, Lisa, as school board chair. I'm in this position now, and I understand what you're doing. We have a lot of priorities to consider as well, but we understand the importance of education, and is this your presentation and input tonight that we've received? It's going to make our job just a lot easier. And if there are no other questions, as we roll into Sam's presentation, I think that I don't know who's going to stay, but I think that we'll see some of those challenges that we have. So, do y'all have any concluding comments, board members? Do you have any concluding statements?
I'll just reiterate again, it's obviously not going to happen immediately, but I do think that we're going to have to revisit the Blue Ribbon Commission on Sustainable Schools funding, because no matter where we end up at, it's going to be a step change in terms of what the baseline is here in Charlottesville. And we're obviously operating in the context of JLARC. Just to meet the national average, Virginia would need to increase school funding by $3.5 billion just to reach average. So this problem is not going to go away, and collective bargaining is also going to impact schools over the next few budget cycles. So.
Yeah, I was, I request that as mayor to have a committee of school board members and city councilors and appropriate staff to look at this outside of this time now where we're crunched and have a lot, I thought that there used to be a slack time for council, but it's really not. We're just going to have to figure a time to do it. So.
No, I appreciate that, and we are definitely ready to do that with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam?
Thanks, y'all.
So I do have a PowerPoint that Remy will pull up shortly. I didn't think I would lose anybody because I thought everybody wanted to hear what I had to say. It's been interesting.
They're just going to go home and turn on the Zoom, don't worry.
Yeah, it's not you.
I don't feel bad about it. They'll hear about it later. There's a lot here. Just want to start off by just saying good evening, Mayor, Council, and members of the public. This is going to be a very interesting presentation. I have a lot, so bear with me. As required by Section 19 of the City Charter, I am required to stand before you to present a proposed budget for fiscal year 2025. And even more importantly, that budget must be balanced. So this is the evidence of a lot of hard work and the challenging aspects of what it takes to put a budget together. Budgets are challenging, and most people know that they're used as value for guardrails. Budgets can be plans, maps, and tools. Plans of how you can figure out where you're going to go, a map of where you're planning to go and how you get there, and then the tool for how you make those various decisions. And by definition, a budget is how you will plan and spend and save over a period of time. For the purposes of tonight's discussion, we're discussing July 1, 2024 to June 30th, 2025, and the Capital Improvement Program, which is a 5-year snapshot of FY25 to FY29. I recently delivered the State of the City address to the Chamber as a part of their State of the Community event, and I was pleased to be able to report some of the various statistics that we have here on the slide. The key things for me was to be able to report that, of course, that our unemployment is low, that our tax receipts are increasing, and those things are also outpacing our peers as well as the state and the federal government. Those are all good signs of good health and that our community is doing well. But it does go without saying that we have challenges, so we don't just celebrate this particular moment alone. We have to look at how we then balance the fact that things are good on the economic side, and then there are additional things that we have to continue to work on. Back in September, this council built a 5-year strategic plan framework. You have heard this over and over because I plan to drill it into everybody's head. This is what you have prioritized, and that's a very impressive list. It is a long list, as I also remind you. But it is important for us to never lose sight that as we build a budget and do the work for the city, we're doing it with this in mind. These are the guardrails that you have set for us. This is the work that we will continue to do on these 9 strategic outcome areas and the implementation of this commitment to JEDI, Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. You also decided at this time that you wanted to establish a vision for the city of Charlottesville to be a place where everyone thrives. This budget is intended to bring forward to you the first year of that 5-year implementation of how we do that. And there's a lot that goes with that. These are the highlights of your budget for this year. Our total revenues and expenditures are $251,526,900. That is a 10% increase over fiscal year -- Many communities don't say that. They have very small increases, so we're actually doing something there. There are $23 million in new revenue for this fiscal year alone. And your top funding priorities are collective bargaining, class and compensation, and investment in schools. As you know, I provided a preview to council ahead of the standard schedule in order to be able to complete this proposed budget. In that conversation, I shared a series of internal cuts that I was considering making, as well as some fiscal changes that I thought was important for us to identify additional revenues that could be used in pulling this budget together. And despite my best efforts, there remained a gap that we were unable to deliver all of the priorities without there being a need for projected increases in revenue. And with that, you all have been able to spend time with that, and through our conversations, you have indicated a willingness to consider making some changes. So that $23 million of increased revenues is made up of our great performance in real estate, personal property sales, and meals and lodging. Great in that they're up. Not always great in that people are having difficulty in making those payments each year. There's also a $2 million increase in our city-county revenue sharing agreement based on the formula that exists. But also from that conversation, you all were willing to engage in the idea of increasing taxes. So this is what that would look like at this time. The lodging tax rate would increase from 8% to 9%. Meals tax rate would go from 6.5% to 7.5%. And the real estate tax would go from 96 cents on the dollar to 98 cents on the dollar. Raising taxes is never easy and never taken lightly. Because this proposed budget does rely on tax increases, I want to ensure both council and the public at large that I followed through on some of the difficult decisions that I initially provided to you as something that we could do with regard to internal budget planning as a trade-off on some of the increased tax revenues. I redirected $2.5 million directly from departmental budgets and another $2 million from proposed vacancy savings within this very budget. It was important to me to demonstrate a willingness to share in the challenges of this budget cycle. The city manager's proposed budget for FY25, my first, is balanced. There are substantive investments in all of your priority areas, so I'm going to take the next few minutes to run through what it is that we were able to accomplish with the fact that there are $23 million in additional revenue within our next budget. Funding priority for you, organizational excellence from your strategic plan. You identified that as a priority. Charlottesville well-trained and dedicated staff deliver excellent services to the community. In support of that, you have allowed for the integration of collective bargaining. And from your ordinance passed in 2022, that's a major shift in the operations of this government organization. And by the time we complete the full transition to 6 bargaining units in 3 short years, it will be the biggest thing that we have ever done structurally, operationally, and fiscally at the same time. We have much work still to do, but we remain ready to continue to work with the Labor Relations Administrator, who's going to help us establish and manage the administrative framework for how that ordinance is to be implemented and acted on. We're also preparing to train and prepare our managers and supervisors for this new union environment because it is not going to be the same. So much of this conversation is focused on the contracts, but they are just part of the cost of what it takes to shift our operations. Next up in organizational excellence is that the class and compensation implementation is a long delayed priority. It's something that has been discussed within this organization for years. I arrived and it had been beaten into me that this is long overdue, and there's something that we needed to take a look at. It was deemed a critical priority for making us competitive and attractive for a skilled workforce, and that comes with its own challenges. This budget does maintain a $15 an hour living wage. This budget observes meet and confer rights for employees within departments who are outside of the bargaining unit so that we can make sure that compression does not find them as a result of implementing these priorities. We are also ensuring that there is a 2% increase for all employees by guaranteeing that there is a minimum pay adjustment. So for the employees that are getting their adjustments through the comp and class only, if that adjustment, because we got their pay right, which is not often, but in some cases we did, they may not actually receive a 2% increase from this current year to the next current year. and made the priority to ensure that they got a minimum of 2%, because that is probably what we would feel like is a great adjustment for what it costs, what the cost of living change has been. We also have 1% COLA for retirees budgeted. And we have also established a sheriff's office pay scale, because the sheriff's office is not a part of collective bargaining, but it was important to me to make sure that we prioritize that. And in my co-responsibility as the Director of Public Safety for the City of Charlottesville, it was my desire to make sure that they were recognized for their work in working to protect and serve this community as well. You just heard your presentation from the school board and the superintendent in regards to education. Clearly, we have a lot there, in that we need to continue to have the discussions about how we make the priorities work for long-term, not just short-term. In your strategic plan, you said that Charlottesville supports a broad and well-integrated set of educational priorities that include Charlottesville City Schools, other youth-serving organizations, career technical education, CTE providers, and Piedmont Virginia Community College. In the early stages of developing this budget, I determined $6 million was the amount that we could commit to Charlottesville City Schools, and that was the direct local operating support. That number was derived from the standard formula, which is enhanced in this slide here, $4.1 million, plus the $2.9 million that we know that they received as a gap in their budget because of the LCI change. And because council has also, in this conversation, decided to consider an increase in taxes, that $6 million has now been increased to $7 million. So while the budget that they just presented to you shows $9 million is what they're asking for from the city, $7 million is what is now reflected in the proposed FY25 budget. That is included, and in addition to that, as was discussed here, that we have $56.2 million in capital improvement planning for schools. $1.25 million is the continuation per year of funding that is available to the schools to make their directed investments for facilities, as well as we do have Walker Pre-K Center included in the 5-year CIP at $30 million. We're adding 2 additional pupil drivers, and we're converting 9 drivers from 30 hours to 40 hours. As you know, we were able to work with schools to ensure that we cleared the wait list. I think it was in January or towards the end of December, early January. And this is the decision that we have made with schools to try to make sure that we start the school year without a wait list, and hopefully not find ourselves with one, especially with a few names on it. So what else is funded? As I mentioned, there are some substantive investments across your 9 strategic outcome areas, but I'm going to talk about 3 real quick here that you're accustomed to talking about. We talk about them all the time. So in affordable housing, there's $8.9 million allocated in FY25. Some examples of where that money is going is additional resources going to our tax relief program. We did account for increased tax relief support with the tax increase that is being proposed, as well as an additional $48 million in CIP investments. Most notable, $15 million for the West Haven redevelopment project, which is something that you all have talked about as wanting to make it a priority. We have included that in this year's budget, in the 5-year CIP, I should say. We're also continuing to fund the Charlottesville Affordable Housing Fund, as well as the SISRAP program, which is the additional rent supports that are to help individuals who are having difficulty finding affordable rent in our community. Climate action, this budget establishes a $5 million climate action fund. There'll be $1 million a year available in the 5-year CIP under the management of the Office of Sustainability for them to use. These funds will be to support projects and initiatives. It could also go towards matching grants so that we can leverage additional dollars from the state and federal government. But the goal is to advance our climate action plan and make sure that we are committed to demonstrating that we take it seriously. Transportation. While you've been just recently talking about alternative fuels, this budget does not address alternative fuels in any way. It is not included in the FY25 budget, mainly because we were not able to figure out time enough what it is that we were going to do in order for us to be able to integrate it into the budget, because we knew that you still had decisions that you needed to make. But there are funds, as we've discussed, that are available that we have not expended, that were previously allocated for transportation, that will actually support the beginning of the implementation for the pilot that we just discussed at your last work session.
And
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt. Or should we ask questions at the end, or just as it goes on?
I can deal with it. Go ahead.
All right. So as you referenced, there's that $3 million unspent Do you know, just for the pilot program, what the expenses will be beyond purchase? Like, do we know if we'll need an additional staff member?
We don't know that yet. That's the work that's being done right now. With the information that we got from you in the work session, that's the work that we're going to try to make sure that we can get for you as soon as possible. The goal would be to try to scope out what the pilot would actually require. We have some sense of what we can do in the support of 2 buses. As a result of your conversation, I did speak to Mr. Williams, and he shared with me that we're going to try to see if we can do a little bit better than 2 buses. I think that's what we heard clearly that you all want and that others have been asking for. For that reason, that may cause a change in what he was initially thinking we may need to do to support those buses. So we have to figure those things out. But you'll get more information in regards to that by the end of June.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. What we did do in this budget is just focus on some critical capacity enhancements. We're adding 3 customer service representatives to reactivate the downtown transit center because it's been basically closed for quite some time, and I hear it often that it needs to be open, so I'm trying to make that happen. Also adding a transit planner. That was a recommendation that I heard tonight. I smiled. I wasn't being silly, but I was thinking, I got you. We got another person coming to CAT, and that person's job will be to plan transit, exclusively plan transit, which is something that we have not ever had before. That would include the alternative fuels implementation. That person would be skilled in that space and be able to support the full team there. We're also adding a dedicated transit buyer. The goal there will be to ensure that we have someone that can handle the high volume of the work that comes with state and federal procurements. They're very complicated. Our procurement manager has been asking for help for quite a bit. Our Director of Transportation has been asking for some help. So I'm going to solve it by giving them one person between the 2 of them. This person will be in procurement, will report to procurement as part of their team, but will spend a great deal of time focused on just transportation activities so that we can accelerate some of the work that needs to be done.
Can you talk a little bit more about the transit planner and what other jobs they have and how many transportation modes they're going to be working with?
So this is meant to be focused on transit and then the growth from transit. So that would include some bike ped work, but Ben is really more focused on the bike ped work. It'll be more of the integration of bikes and buses as well as whatever else may come. Some of the microtransit work that we're doing with the county may become a part of or a feature of our city program. So I would imagine this person could be involved in that analysis as well as looking at further supports of paratransit services that we currently use Jaunt to do. The purpose here is to add a little more capacity in the overall planning and execution of the things that we've been talking about that have been lacking. The fact that we don't have bus shelters, this person would be responsible for driving that work forward so that we can get bus shelters across the city where they belong, as well as into the county where we're also working to identify them. So it's a critical position in that regard because it'll be always thinking above the day-to-day operations, which is not what we've been able to do in the past.
Thanks.
And of course, there's more because you have a long list. So we're going to talk about public safety for a moment. Here is an opportunity for us to talk about the fact that we're working on cross-department collaboration. CFD, CPD, Human Services, and the Office of Social Equity have been working together to bring forward some items that we think are going to be very exciting for the community. We've been hearing about them over and over, and now we'll actually begin to deliver on them. But just to remind you, is what you said in your strategic plan, that Charlottesville provides comprehensive, trusted public safety services and treats everyone with respect and dignity. And you also said that the city is committed to implementing equitable practices and policies across all of its activities. I'm excited that we're going to be able to bring to you very shortly some information in regards to the rollout of an alternative response program. We've all heard about what the county is doing. The city will be joining them in that effort to make it possible for us to respond more appropriately when individuals are facing a crisis. We're also looking at restorative justice programming, so there's some additional things that will come forward there. We're continuing funding for gun violence intervention and interruption. That was something that was added last year. That money is there as well, and it would give me an opportunity to target those funds specifically to individual organizations that are doing the work that will help us try to maintain better control of what's happening in some of our neighborhoods. This budget also fully absorbs the 15 firefighters that were added to our payroll as a part of the SAFER grant. And I know the chief is excited about that. He knew we were going to figure it out, so we were able to get that done. And that just means that we are ready to continue to do the work that it takes to support our community. Partnerships with outside agencies and nonprofit organizations. In your plan, Charlottesville creates avenues for meaningful collaborations with partners and key stakeholders, such as the county, UVA, and nonprofits to magnify positive community outcomes. This budget provides $2.3 million for the Vibrant Community Fund. We also were able to absorb increases in fundamental agencies like OAR, the Free Clinic, and Shelter for Help in Emergency. This budget also fully funds the intergovernmental contractual agencies that we have also come to rely on, and there's $1 million for the Pathways Fund in this budget as well. So as you can see, we have a lot that we've been able to work on, and as we've already mentioned today, Charlottesville punches above its weight class. This is proof that we're doing that. The last thing I want to remind you of is because I've spent many, many years teaching budgeting to a lot of people, and this is really what it boils down to. When you're working on a budget and you don't have what you need, you have two choices: increase revenue or decrease expenses. That's it. There's very little left in between that. What we have done in this budget, with your help, we have been able to identify a path for increasing revenue through the changes to the tax rate, and then decreasing expenses are the things that I discussed with you earlier that I was able to do as some of the difficult decision-making that I've had to process over the past few weeks. We're going to be budgeting funded vacancies at a lower rate. That is a very difficult decision to make because it means that I'm not going to have as much money available for every vacancy that we've been carrying. We're going to reduce the available vacancies as a result of that. And I think that that's okay for us to be able to do because we've been having a conversation about right-sizing this organization. And today I can't guarantee that we are the right size. So I'm willing to do the work and try to figure that out. We're going to consider capping some leadership salary placements on the comping class, because if everyone is paid well at the top, then maybe we need to focus on getting everybody else up the ladder themselves. I also declined new requests. We had over $2 million worth of new requests from our employees across the various departments. That's always difficult to do, but I declined those new requests because I knew where the budget was heading, and the reality came to really face me when I had to have the conversation with you all about not having the resources that we needed. And that we will be limiting additional FTEs. The critical positions that you saw in transit and what we're going to be doing in alternative response are it. There are no other additions within this budget. And that is a decision that was made in order for us to make sure that we could put the budget together and get it to the finish line, which is what is required of me. So I think I just wanted to share with you that we have both done what we need to do to deliver this budget, and it is packed with your priorities. And that is really what I think the test is when it comes to being able to put the budget together. So I'm going to stop, and I'm not going to deprive you of a moment with your friend Chrissy Hamill, who I thought was going to be standing right here, so that she can go through a few slides that you are accustomed to seeing as a part of this process.
Thank you. Good evening, council. No budget presentation is complete without at least one pie chart, right? So just real quick, the very high level view. Here's a pie chart. I'm going to show these quickly. You'll learn to love them over the next few weeks we'll be spending together. Of the revenues, this breaks down the categories. As you'll see, our largest revenue source is local taxes that make up just over 70% of the budget. That's the biggest piece where council has discretion. The rest are either from federal, state revenues, license and permits, and then of course the revenue sharing, and then the designated revenues are really things that are funded mostly from taxes and the revenue sharing programs, but we call them designated because they are planned to go to the revenue sharing goes to the capital projects fund, a portion of that, as well as the schools reimburse us for the contracted services. So they show on the expenditure side, but they are also offset by reimbursement from the schools as well. On the expenditure side, here is another breakdown just functionally about where we're spending the money. You'll see that both sides balance. So the revenues do balance to expenditures. As I take a look at these, we spend lots and lots of time in the weeds over the last how many ever months, As I say, it feels like budget season never ends. And it's an eye-opening experience as I was preparing what I was going to say tonight. I actually took these charts and went back and looked at the percentage breakdowns from where they were last year to where they are this year. And the percentages are very, very close in all of the categories. So proportionally, even though the budget is going up, the categories have basically remained the same in terms of proportion of the budget. So as you will see here, much of what we talked about tonight, the largest category of expenses are education at just under 30%. Public safety comes in second, and then human services comes in third. Finally, Mr. Sanders referred to the capital program. Well, we have a whole work session dedicated to this, as we've been talking about the three categories for where most of the dollars are prioritized, just basically on spending. We've got, I'm sorry, I can't see that far, but we have education coming in first at 32% of over the 5 years. Affordable housing comes in second at 27%, and transportation and access comes in at 16%. Want to remind you and the public, you all received books tonight in printed format. The public, both a PDF version as well as our online budget book, which I highly encourage everyone to use. It's very user-friendly. Is available at www.charlottesville.gov/budget. We use OpenGov to power that. We have spent a lot of time there. I hope you'll find a lot of information that's useful, as well as the Budget Explorer tool that will help you follow and track actuals during the year. That's a program that we have developed in-house to provide that information that provides you actuals for both the general fund and capital projects. And then finally, all of our dates for which we will be meeting to talk about the budget. We'll be meeting basically every Thursday through the month of March, beginning this Thursday. There will be 4 work sessions, each have a different topic. There are 2 public hearings. One is on the 18th, which will be public hearings on all 3 tax rates. And then the 21st will be the community budget forum, which also serves as our public hearing on the budget. And then on April 9th, we all will have answered everybody's questions and will vote and successfully pass a budget. And with that's all I have, but happy to answer any questions.
Yes, so I know we've already had some meetings on this, and we're gonna have a lot more, but any questions or comments?
Well, I've just, a note for the community, this is our first time tonight receiving the full text of the budget. So as was mentioned, we'll have a lot more work sessions to really go into detail about it. I have a couple questions, small ones, just to confirm. So has the deadline for the publication of how high the tax rates can go passed?
So the ads for the tax rates have to be published at least 7 days prior to the public hearing. That technical date would be March 11th. We did just send a draft of that ad to the Daily Progress today, and we're waiting for a proof, but it should be publishing within the next week.
Mm-hmm. And those would be the rates that were referenced here on 1-2?
So meals and lodging are at 1% each. And then for real estate, we advertise 3 cents, although the city manager's budget only includes 2, because you can always come down, but you can't go up once you place the ad.
Right. But I just say for clarity, I don't know what will end up, for example, but to like meet the I think even just the school budget request tonight, that would still not even get us there, which I think is just important for the community to understand, regardless of where we end up in our decision. The The other question is, when is the like actual deadline for when we need to pass our budget?
April 9th.
Like legally?
Is that?
By the charter, it's April 15th.
So, not much more time.
6 days.
The only other question for now is, it seems clear what the answer is, but just to confirm, we had gotten a request from Impact around the acquisition of 6 additional buses, as well as for CATS full-time bus drivers to be 70, as opposed to 59. I assume that that is not in the budget.
That is not.
I thought it was different, but regardless. But
What was that?
Sorry, my understanding was it was the activation of the 6 buses that we already have that are waiting for their radios, but it might have been 6 additional.
Which that's already accounted for. That's just a matter of the radios being installed because that's a part of the inventory.
Right.
I think the request was for additional beyond even that. But certainly, I would be curious, not tonight, but in one of our budget work sessions, being able to get a number for both those requests, because my understanding is also that at least the drivers is what's going to be necessary to implement CAT's optimization plan. So whether we do it or not, I think it would be worthwhile for it to at least know that number.
Sure. And that's where the 70 comes from. It comes out of the optimization study.
Right.
Yeah, my recollection with the Impact folks was the same as Natalie's, so that helps. But regardless, we need to do, we've got a space. We have an optimization plan that we're working on anyway that we're going to try to meet.
So, Sam, just for clarification, you talked about the firefighters and the SAFER grant?
Yes.
And the 15 firefighters, was that all, I know for the 2 years I've been on council that we had talked about that grant was running out. So are all those 15 positions being converted this year in this budget?
They're now on us fully.
Was it a transition, that's what I'm saying, or?
Yeah, was it 3 years?
It was.
It was a third we had a third of them in last
I
year,
see.
and we did 2/3 for
I got it,
25.
okay.
And were all those positions filled?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I know that we'll have a lot more fun times together in the next month.
Is that what we're calling it?
Yeah.
Yes. But I recognize that this is a remarkable starting point, and I, as always, am grateful for the conversations we've had. I felt like, we've had some really honest conversations about the difficulties, and I appreciate the fact that y'all have, I think, the flip side of doing the class and comp is also the right sizing of the organization. And I know that that's painful, and I think, this organization is going through a transition. It'll take a couple of years, but I really envision on the other side of this, we're going to have the sort of organization that this public wants. We have a public that's, as demonstrated here tonight, is very engaged, cares about the community, and I feel like this reflects that. I think we are going to have a little more conversation about the school piece. I realize that's still something that's, after the conversation tonight and the presentation, but on the whole, I think this is, and I'm delighted to hear that the CIP basically is rumbling along the way we wanted to. 2 years ago, that was not the case, and so I think we're primed to be in a good place. I think we'll continue to have conversations about revenues. We have these needs, and we have to figure out how to pay for them. And I know that's a conversation we all are going to have with the folks who voted for us. I think it goes to the point that Councilor Payne made earlier about the schools and, a step change or whatever you want to call it in terms of the needs of our schools. And I hope that this is, the first step in those sorts of conversations. I know when I get a chance and I'm on radio or the news or whatever, I'm trying to just do what I can to say, people in Charlottesville feel these are important values, and these are things we need to fund, and that requires paying for them. And so obviously, I want to be as thoughtful as possible in that because that's taking money from someone's. Obviously, we want to be thoughtful about taxes and revenues, but. Anyway.
Lloyd, did you have anything?
Yeah, I want to return to something I've asked about other times. We, of course, finished this past year with a substantial surplus with $15 million being put into the capital contingency fund. We have occasionally taken things out of the capital contingency fund that wound up getting used to balance the budget. And we can argue about whether, and to what extent that's a good idea. I simply note that when we're proposing to raise 3 taxes and also putting $15 million into a capital contingency fund, that seems puzzling to some of our voters. Do we have a plan at this point for that $15 million?
So what I have, and as I wrote a much longer budget message, 11, 12 pages of all that's going on in here, there's a reference to the fact that that $15 million, we're estimating, I think I told you today, 75% of that balance will be needed for the actuarial costs for comp and class and collective bargaining for that transition. So that'll leave roughly $4 million that will still be available in the CIP contingency, which is intended for it to sit there and help fill gaps or to actually allow you to make different decisions on things that come up that we could not have budgeted for like we have used it in the past.
So, again, we got this when we walked in and I haven't read it yet. Do I understand then that roughly $11, $12 million is going to be, you're proposing to take it back out of the contingency fund?
Correct.
To use it for the comp and class?
That's correct. And that item would come to you for us to be able to do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there a estimate on how much real estate assessments are going to change over the next year? Do we have any idea or way to project that?
So we've done some initial work, but because we've now talked about making it 3 cents, we need to go back and be able to add that. So we'll make sure that our Director of Finance has that updated information for you on Thursday.
So we do have some kind of projection?
Yeah, we have some basic information that we pulled together, so we'll just revise that with 3 cents being what we know we're talking about.
Do you happen to know off the top of your head what percentage increase?
Are you talking about assessments or new revenue?
Assessments.
Yeah, the new assessments, it's anybody's crystal ball. We've come from 12% to 10%, and this year was 5%. So that's kind of been the 3-year average, the 3-year trend. Who knows what the next year looks like? Last year when we were trying to project this, people were talking about an economic downturn, and so we actually projected no growth, and we came in at 5%. So I know we have talked about this a lot because what we don't like from a budgetary perspective is to, be talking about, oh, we don't have money, and then we get to January and like, oh, just kidding, we got this big assessment increase. So we are talking about ways to do that. But it's very hard because it is based on historical sales. So it's a hard thing to project. We typically go with 3% in our multi-year projections is typically what we've been using.
Okay, thanks.
So what was the surplus this past year?
The total was 26, but we had.
So 26
like 9
million
already.
of 250 is,
10%.
yeah.
So just a few things there on that. Keep in mind, we had one-time federal dollars that we were able to offset recurring expenses with, basically in the public safety arena for salaries and things with CARES and ARP. And then also, in addition to that, we had revenues on the assessment side that accounted for, I think was $7 to $8 million that we were not anticipating. So I hear you.
Yeah, please don't,
Yeah.
I'm saying that I think that's a decent landing spot.
Yeah.
I mean, 5% might be a little better, but when you're talking about numbers of these size, anyway, I don't think it's terrible, and I'm not going to assume that we're going to have 10% more next year.
Sure. But if you also remove that, about $7 million of that, or almost $7 million of that was vacancy savings.
Right.
So that's us not being at full staff for what we budgeted and
That's right.
allocated as well.
Yeah.
Also why when we brought you the item to be able to move the funds to the CIP, that was my basis for saying what I did, is that it was generated by our not being able to fill the slots. So let's use that to take care of the people who are filling those spots.
Okay.
One thing, I was listening to a webinar today put on by that notorious liberal group, the American Enterprise Institute, and they were projecting, based on their economic models, that housing price appreciation for the coming year is likely to be in the 5 to 6% nationally. And that's based on just gross things like what's the unemployment rate likely to be, what's the inflation rate likely to be, things like that. Obviously, that doesn't tell us much about Charlottesville individually, but it does suggest that the professional tea leaf readers don't think we're looking at a decline in housing prices, nor do they think we're looking at the kind of 10% increase we saw a few years ago.
Which is why we have also, and she's been saying it more often than anyone, it's the reason why we can't look too far ahead.
Yeah.
It's too hard for us to look too far ahead and plan a variety of expenditures, because that reality could hit us and we're actually doing something that we've not had to do, and that is use a hatchet instead of a scalpel to make the budget work.
Yep.
And I'll just end on a positive note. I do think it's easy to take for granted many of the investments that are baked into this budget. I mean, just on that slide about affordable housing, you have transformative generational projects with our public housing, Maca and Park Street, Cherry Avenue. And when you look at our affordable housing spending on a per capita basis, we do not have any peers in Virginia. There's no one you can even remotely compare us to. We stand alone by an order of magnitude over any other city and county on a per capita basis. It's still not enough to meet every need, but it's easy to take for granted. Or the fact, for the first time ever, we're having a climate fund to implement the Climate Action Plan. People can say it's not enough. We've never, ever had that before. Collective bargaining, completely new. So these are some pretty transformational things that I think it's just easy for us to take for granted of, well, it's already in the budget, so, sure, let's focus on these things. But
And don't forget money for Walker in there for the first time.
Yeah.
Walker and the library. I didn't mention the library, but the library is in there as well.
I love books. Not to be spent this year, but at least it's in the plan.
That is correct. Yes, with the support of the county. That agreement is there, so the library will get the transformation that it deserves.
Love that regionalism.
Yeah.
Other questions or comments at this time? We'll be convening again in 2 days to discuss this more.
So one last thing that I would like to say is I want to thank Chrissy, Brian, and Emma in the budget office. There are 50 additional pages in this book this year to speak to how complicated this was. It was amazing that they were able to get it done, and we didn't fight that much, but we got it done. And also, I just want to acknowledge the Human Resources team, because all of them rolled up their sleeves to really, really do the hard work of working through this process with collective bargaining and comp and class. These are amazing things that we have done in 1 year to shift this organization and require another 3 years. So I just want to thank those folks for giving the nights and weekends and their families for allowing them to do that as well, so we could get this right.
Hear, hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so the next item we have is Jay Stroman will present us with an ordinance.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. This item before you is an ordinance to grant a telecommunications franchise to Shenandoah Mobile LLC. It's a 5-year franchise, and like the many franchise agreements that Council has considered in the past, it would accomplish 3 things. First of all, it would facilitate the installation of telecommunications equipment within the city. Second, It's designed to provide protections that would prevent the obstruction of the installation of that telecommunications equipment in the city's right-of-way. And third, to provide financial assurances that will protect the city from any cost that it incurs as a result of that construction. The Department of Public Works has vetted the practicalities of the plan that the potential franchisee has submitted and determined that those plans are feasible and workable. If council is agreeable, it would be the recommendation of legal counsel and staff. The council move this item forward to its March 18th agenda, where it can have a second reading and approval if that is council's desire, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Who is Shenandoah Mobile?
So that is a communications company that provides telecommunications services, and they install the equipment that will facilitate basically better mobile service.
Okay.
There's a lot of them out there, big and small.
They don't give out free phones or.
So it's not a telecommunications company, it's like a facilities?
No, they provide the installation of the equipment to facilitate the telecommunications. They're not a Verizon or a major telecommunications company. But these sorts of franchises are the backbone of that industry, which is why the granting of these franchises is an important consideration for council.
I see.
Will we get any money out of it?
You have that option. Council has not, up to now, made use of that provision in the law. However, there is a provision that in the event that there's any cost that the city incurs, that the city will be protected and indemnified by the franchisee.
Okay.
So we would have something similar with Ting or Comcast or any other.
Many companies, both the major providers that you see on TV commercials as well as a number of others who essentially facilitate that service.
I see.
These franchises are important because obviously in this day and age, facilitating this technology is important to the city and important to the residents of the city. But also state law recognizes that work typically has to be done within the city's right-of-way.
Mm-hmm.
And so the state has said, cities, you may regulate this because you want to ensure that the work that's done there in furtherance of this technology doesn't interfere with other cable that's being laid or doesn't otherwise disrupt the normal flow of traffic, et cetera.
Is there any, I'm skimming through the clauses right now, is there anything that, like, I'm trying to avoid poles or equipment going up on sidewalks that prevents the person's right-of-way, not necessarily the car's right-of-way. Are we in danger of any negative effects to that?
No, I do not believe we are.
Okay.
Obviously, the sensitivity with sidewalks is an important one. The right-of-way will typically go through some portions of perhaps the center lines of streets, medians, that sort of thing. And the important thing is that to the extent that there is any destruction that's necessary for the laying of these lines, I shouldn't say destruction, but construction, the franchisee is obligated to return the city right-of-way to the condition that it was prior to the installation. And there are financial protections that will ensure that if that is not done, the city has recourse, including a performance bond, which is cited in the agreement.
Okay, thanks.
So is there consensus to move this to the March 18th agenda, maybe as a consent agenda, or?
Fine with me.
Fine with me.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we're now to general business. On the report, we're going to have, Sam, are you going to introduce this? Or we have.
Colonel Coomer, you can come on up. This was a request of council for additional information in regards to the proposed renovations for Albemarle Charlottesville Regional Jail. And we at one point were not sure about how we wanted to go about doing it, but the goal was to give council an opportunity to hear directly what the options are, and from there to be able to ask any questions of the colonel and consultant representatives. So you can take it from there.
Yeah, and I'll just say thank y'all for coming and for the folks who are here tonight to hear this presentation.
Absolutely. Thank you for having us. Thank you for having the opportunity. I'd like to introduce Tony Bell, architect, Mosley Architects. And again, I'm Martin Coomer, superintendent of the Albemarle-Charlottesville Regional Jail. So there's a presentation.
Yes.
There we go. Bingo. There we go. So Mr. Bell's going to go through the slides. First of all, I'll be at the end to answer any questions you might have. This is kind of a truncated presentation what we've given prior. You all have the full version in your packet. You've all been for tours of facilities. We've taken out some of the pictures. We've really condensed this to give you more time for questions at the end. So with that being said, I'll turn to Mr. Bell.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. Good evening, Mr. Sanders. It's great to be here. Do you need to stand up for a second and stretch? You've been sitting a long time. No, okay. As the Colonel said, I am here for you this evening. I'm here to answer any questions you may have about the proposed renovations of Albemarle-Charlottesville Regional Jail. Again, we come with no preconceived notions, any dictatorial mandates. We are responding to the needs of the locality, as we have since the beginning of the study back in 2019, 2020. So with no further ado, we'll get into it. There was a schedule, and this schedule was created when we started the project's most recent efforts to move the project forward to full implementation. What do I mean by full implementation? That would mean construction, okay? Previously, we did a study referred to as a community-based corrections plan needs assessment and a planning study. Those documents were then sent on to the Commonwealth of Virginia for review, approval, and finally, approval of reimbursement. That process has been put in our rearview mirror. We are through that process. And I'm happy to report that the ACRJ received approval for 25% reimbursement of the proposed project. Now it comes to determine what exactly is that project going to be. So as you see in these two scheduled documents, we have some public engagement, some public forum meetings. 3 of those have already happened. 3 of those were also shared on the web, and we have other communication ongoing. We're still receiving comments up to March 8th through the interactive comment sheet. This rounds out the schedule for the project. It goes through construction documents, the building permit review process, the bidding and award, notice to proceed. Nothing, however, moves forward until after March 14th. March 14th is the date that's been established to present before the authority board and to get a final decision on exactly what the project is that we will move forward and then get to that task. So what are the options under consideration? Right now, there's currently 4. They're described as 1, 1A, 2, and 3. 1A is basically the renovation of the west side of the existing jail facility. You see here it's colored in orange. The main entry of the jail is that portion on the right-hand side of that area. So from that center point to the west will be renovated. In summary, basically we will remove all the existing bar grate in those day rooms and dormitories. We'll replace the exterior windows. We'll replace existing and add additional toilets in those day rooms and dormitories that we're renovating. We'll have an additional outdoor recreation area. And I know that was brought up by some of the citizens that came up to speak about the project this evening. We'll replace all the lighting in that west wing area, and we'll also do the HVAC and the plumbing. Now, this area is the original 1975 portion of the jail. You know, we're eclipsing the 50-year mark for that area, and that's the oldest portion of the jail. It's the portion of the jail that's been occupied the longest. You know, ADA was not even on the radar when that portion of the jail was constructed. So part of the renovation includes improving that ADA accessibility. The total estimated cost for this option is $25 million. And it's anticipated that the maximum possible reimbursement would therefore be about $6.2 million. We're basically reconfiguring about 40,000 square feet of that west wing.
And sorry to jump in, but just as a practical matter, for all the different options, so the reimburse was recently approved for option number 3. Kind of what would the timeline be for getting that, knowing if we got the reimbursement for the other options, as I assume those processes haven't started?
So we'll need to obviously further develop those other 3 options. Now, there's 2 courses of action. One course of action is if we do a complete community-based corrections plan. Again, that would consist of the needs assessment and the planning study. Resubmit those. The deadline for those is always December 31st of any calendar year. And then it would go through basically the 18-month review and approval process. So if we submitted those at the end of December 2024, you would find out in June of 2026 whether or not you had received approval and whether it was funded. Now, all that's contingent upon the General Assembly. And we all know that this past year, they didn't approve a budget in June. They approved the budget in September. So it can fluctuate. But traditionally, it's 18 months after the submittal of the community-based corrections plan, needs assessment, and the planning study.
Okay. Thank you.
Why
Yes,
would
sir.
we need to do a new community-based, or why would we need to do a new plan?
In order to confirm approval and reimbursement, i.e. confirm that the General Assembly is going to fund that plan, you would need to go through that process. Now, that would be the letter of the law methodology. The other way we can go about it is begin conversations with the Board of Local and Regional Jails and ask them, okay, we had this approved, would you consider a lesser amount? Now, I will tell you, it's easier to go lesser than it is to go greater. So if you get a CBCP approved, a needs assessment and planning study, for, and I'll use a round number, $100, okay? And get the approval for that $25 reimbursement. And then come back 2 years later after you've completed your project and say, you know what, we kind of overshot our projected budget and the project cost $200. Can we get that $50 reimbursement? The answer is most likely going to be no. However, if you came back to them and said, we only spent $50, can we get $12.50 in reimbursement? It's likely going to be yes. The real crux of the approval, though, is the compliance with the standard. And that's the jail standard as published in 2018 and is adopted by the Board of Local and Regional Jails, now known as was adopted by the Board of Corrections, now known as the Board of Local and Regional Jails, who is the overseeing authority for all local correctional facilities. So engaging in those conversations could start immediately. But I will say what the Board of Corrections, and now known as the Board of Local and Regional Jails, is fixed upon is direction, okay? They don't allow you to submit a planning study with 5 options, okay? They want the localities, whether it be a local jail or a regional jail, to have intent, okay? We have a need, and this is how we plan to solve the need. So the needs assessment, part of the document, establishes the need. Most commonly, that need is additional beds. Now, I will say Albemarle Charlottesville Regional Jail was unique, and it resonated through the Board of Local and Regional Jails that we did not come with, we want to build another 100 beds. We want to build another 50 beds. The fact that we came and we wanted no rated capacity increase resonated strongly. All we wanted to do is make our facility improved for both the staff that work there and for the citizens, the inmates, if you will, who live there. And to be more, as such, be more in line with the jail standards. Does that answer your question?
I mean, my question was just, you know, you already did the Sorry, the community-based
Corrections plan?
corrections plan? Yes, so you already did that.
We already did that.
And that is just kind of a general assessment of the,
It's a general assessment, but it's pretty specific. It states a need, and in this case, we said we don't need any more beds, but we do need mental health unit.
right, so we wouldn't need, why would we need to create a whole new one of those in order to resubmit one of the?
Because if we deviate from the plan that has already been reviewed and approved, and not only approved by the Board of Local and Regional Jails, approved by the Department of Planning and Budget, approved by the Division of Engineering and Buildings, approved by the governor, and approved by the General Assembly, it's then got to go through all those processes to get the approval and to get the reimbursement approved. To say the money is then waiting for you when you're ready for it.
I don't want to hold up this presentation anymore, but I'm just not quite understanding how that first step is not widely applicable to different options.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to explain it better, but would it work for him to just finish his presentation?
Yes,
and then we
please
can-
go,
Yeah.
please go ahead, we'll
Okay.
note that and come back
So,
to it.
so what option what does not address? Okay, it does not address any kind of mental health housing. It does not address any kind of special purpose or special management housing. It does not provide any additional visitation areas for family, friends, or professional. It does not provide any additional office space or administration space for staff. It does not include any renovations whatsoever for the east wing of the 1975 jail, which is, again, 50 years old. It does not address the HVAC for the rest of the 1975 portion, including that east wing. And it doesn't bring all aspects of the west wing into compliance with the 2018 jail standards. You may say, well, why not? Well, one thing is the cell size. The cells at the ACRJ in 1975 were constructed 36 square feet in size. That's approximately half the size of the current jail standard, which dictates 70 square feet. Furthermore, many of the cells have 2 beds in them. Okay? We're not going to change that. It is technically infeasible to change that cell size due to the construction of the jail in 1975. So
Under
that-
option one.
Under option one.
Right.
Correct. So that will remain. We're also not adding any square footage under option one, okay? So the other requirements of the jail standards for special multi-purpose space, for recreation space, for special purpose housing, those standards will also not be met. Let's move forward. Option 1A. Option 1A is very similar to option 1 with one great exception. We are not going to reconfigure anything in option 1A, i.e. we will not remove any bar grate whatsoever. What we will do instead is focus solely on systems, HVAC systems, electrical systems, plumbing systems, which are failing at a rapid rate in a 50-year-old facility, okay? And in doing so, we're going to focus not only on the west wing of the 50-year facility, we're going to focus on the east wing as well. So that's why you see the entire 1975 building to be renovated in orange, as well as the 1990 portions. The estimated cost is, again, about $25 million. What will this include? Upgrade the toilets and showers, replace plumbing and electrical, upgrade the lighting, upgrade the HVAC system. It does not address all ADA concerns, again, because we're not changing any of the layout. Okay, the bar grate will remain. Again, what option 1A does not address? Mental health housing. We are not adding any additional housing whatsoever. We're not removing bar grate or increasing day room or dormitory space. We're not doing anything with special management housing or visitation areas. We're not adding any additional administrative space for staff. If you have not been in the jail, and I understand all of you have, the circulation patterns in the Albemarle Charlottesville Regional Jail are very intertwined, which is unique, okay, in jail construction. Typically, you have a very clearly defined staff area of the facility that is outside the secure perimeter, and a very clearly defined inmate area, which is inside the secure perimeter. That's not so clear at ACRJ. At ACRJ, those circulation patterns are pretty intertwined. And that just has evolved over time, over the past 50 years in which the jail has existed. We're not going to address the square foot per person deficiencies in the housing areas. That's both dormitories and day rooms, and we're not going to add any additional showers or toilets. Option 2 is going to cover the same area as option 1A. However, the difference now is we are going to go in and remove the bar grate and reconfigure the day rooms and the dormitories to give additional square footage in those housing units to the inmates. So what does that look like? We estimate the total project cost at about $34 million. Again, the maximum possible reimbursement is about 8.6, that's 25%. We're going to reconfigure about 60,000 square feet, focusing on the east, west, and ground floor of the 1975 original facility. Renovations are going to focus on removing the bar grate. We're not going to touch the cell size. It's going to be affecting the dormitories and the day rooms. We'll replace the existing and add some additional toilets and showers to meet the 2018 standards. We're going to place all lighting, HVAC, and plumbing, and focus on also ADA. What will it not do? No mental health housing, no special purpose housing, no family or friends or professional visitation area improvements, no additional office space or administration space for staff. And again, it doesn't bring all aspects of east, west, and ground floor into compliance. Again, because we're not adding any square footage. So if they're square footage deficient, we're not making any progress in terms of meeting those needs.
Could you state what special management housing is?
Special management, AKA special purpose housing, okay? It's delineated in the standards. It is, and one of your citizens spoke about it a little bit earlier this evening. It's not counted as part of what's referred to as general population beds in the facility. So as you all are aware, your rated capacity of Albemarle-Charlottesville Regional Jail is 329, okay? That means there are 329 beds that are identified by the DOC as when it was constructed in compliance. Now, there are actually many more beds than 329, but 329 are approved as rated capacity for the DOC. Special management beds do not fit into that category under current jail construction. And the intent is that those special purpose beds are beds in which inmates would go to on a very temporary basis. They include the medical unit. They include what's referred to as segregation. They include mental health beds. And the thought is, I have COVID, okay? Now, if they detect the COVID pretty early, they can get me into medical, into one of those negative pressure cells, provided my jail has one, and keep me segregated from the rest of the jail population so it doesn't spread. Now, if they catch it late, maybe you have to segregate that whole housing unit. Or I'm just sick and I have the flu. Again, I go to the medical unit, I recover, and I come back to the general population. Mental health could be a long-term stay, could be a short-term stay. One of your citizens spoke again about that at night. We can all agree, okay, jails are not the place for long-term mental health care, okay? Even the Department of Corrections will agree with that. However, the fact of the matter is there are many folks in our jail facilities throughout the Commonwealth with mental health issues, and due to the breaking of a law, have then landed themselves in the jail, okay? Albemarle-Charlottesville Regional Jail has no decision in that process. They only have to react to the situation once that inmate arrives at their front door. And they deal with it as best they can. Some of our local jails have mental health facilities. Henry County Regional Jail, which was recently completed, has a mental health wing, strictly for the purpose of dealing with these issues because they realize it's an issue in their community and needs to be dealt with. Pennsylvania County has 36 bed rated capacity at their jail. Their average daily population is 120. They have no capacity whatsoever for dealing with mental health. And there is everything in between those two extremes, okay? Does that answer your question, Councilman?
Yes, sir.
So it's a special purpose that the inmate would go to for a extended or abbreviated period of time, and then at some point, hopefully, come back to general population. And that's why it's not counted in that rated capacity. The intent is they don't go there and stay there forever.
Right, understood, yeah. I was just thinking the tour the other day, what I guess used to be called solitary confinement, pretty awful. And so I guess the segregated beds that would be part of this option 3 would be a much more humane version of that. But anyway, go ahead and finish your.
Very much so.
Yeah.
You want to speak to that?
Oh, no, we'll wait until.
So what does option 3 look like? Total cost, $49 million. 25% of that is about 12.2. We were approved for $11.7 million. So unlike many of the other speakers who have come before you this evening, I actually come with funding, okay? That's supposed to be humorous. Obviously they're not funding the whole jail, but they are putting forth some funding for the project. So we're going to renovate and configure approximately 40,000 square feet of that west wing. We're going to demolish the east wing entirely and construct in its footprint about 33,000 square feet of a new jail expansion. That'll be a 2-story facility, okay? It's going to create a new facility entry point. It's going to increase office space. It's going to provide visitation space for family, friends, and professional visitation. It's going to remove the bar grate in the existing facility that will remain to increase dormitory and day room space. Again, that's going to happen in the west wing. We're going to, again, replace those existing toilets and add additional showers and toilets to meet the standard. We're going to replace all lighting throughout the facility. We're going to replace all HVAC and plumbing. We're going to replace those 65 beds that are lost because of the demolition. And everything in the expansion is going to meet the standard to the letter, okay? So that will receive the full 25% reimbursement. The expansion is also going to be constructed based on trauma-informed design. If you don't know what that you can type that into the internet and do a very lengthy research on what trauma-informed design is. It's going to reduce noise, it's going to increase natural sunlight for the inmates, and in addition, we're going to do some additional recreation area or areas. What it does not address, okay? It addresses the majority of the concerns identified in the community-based corrections plan and needs assessment. However, it does not bring the cell size in that west ring or the ground floor in compliance with the 2018 standards. Again, to do so would be technically infeasible and not in the best interest of the communities who this jail serves. This is the area which will be demolished. So if you're looking at the front door, it's the area to your right. The good news is, and this is after a lengthy design process during the study period, it can be done while maintaining operations in the jail. So the construction process will not affect day operations at a very minimal level. That's a very, very good thing, okay? For those of you in the construction industry, knowing how renovations and expansions work, when you've got contractor and building occupants on top of each other, it can lengthen project costs, it can lengthen project duration and increase project cost. We have a very definable area at this facility that we can allow the contractor to work in and get that new facility built, connected to your existing facility, and then go about renovating your existing facility using the new facility as swing space. These are some of the standards, excerpts from the standards that talk to the square footage. I'm not going to go through all these tonight. If you've got questions, I'm happy to answer them. But when you ask about the why, why do we need this? Why does that have to be so big? It's all dictated by the standards, okay? And there was a question at our last community forum of how often are the standards updated. They were last up before 2018. They were last updated in 1994. They're slated for some minor improvements starting this year. Again, they try to stay in front of what's going on in the industry and what's going on in the community and what the needs are. But also, as we've discussed numerous times, we need to maintain a safe and secure and humane facility for the staff who work in it and for the citizens who live in it. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'm done with my presentation, but I'm here for as long as you need me. to answer questions.
Yeah, I think that, Natalie, you had a question that I don't think was fully answered.
I got a lot of questions.
Yeah.
So some of these questions I've already asked you, but I think it's important to hear the answer for everyone out here and back here. What is these are not really in any particular order, but what is the risk of inaction? Like if we did nothing today, would anything fall apart tomorrow?
It would continue to deteriorate to the point where things are going to have to be done, but the issue there is they're going to be done more on an emergency basis as opposed to a planned basis. Now we have the room to move inmates throughout the facility to take care of things proactively instead of reactively. If we have to do it on a reactive basis, we may be at some point where inmates then have to be transferred to other facilities around the state away from their families. There's also a cost that jurisdictions incur with those per diems as well. So by doing a planned renovation, we can tackle these things while we have the space.
Right, but like a floor is not going to fall down.
No, no, the roof won't fall in tomorrow, no. But the leaks that we currently have will continue to get bigger.
But your HVAC systems could fail. You could have some significant power.
They could, and we are able to keep them going, but we're not to the point we have to have parts manufactured because the original manufacturer will make those parts. So at some point, everything's going to be at the end of its service life and will no longer be able to maintain, and we're back to being reactive as opposed to proactive.
How much of your budget is for facilities maintenance and renewal?
Anywhere, it depends on the year, so anywhere between $250,000 to $350,000, depends on which category we're looking at.
And how does that usually get spent?
Based on needs. Whatever rises to the top. If we got a broken pipe over here and we got to replace it, that's where we're going. If we have a HVAC unit goes bad, we had a water heater went bad yesterday, we have bypassed it for now, we're replacing that. I believe that's about $100,000 need to be replaced. 6 months ago, we had another water heater go bad, we've replaced that one as well. So things at the point where they are failing.
You do regular repaints and things like that.
We do as well, yes. We also repaint all the facility once a year.
What goes into removing bar grate? Like, is it more complicated than just taking a body grinder and chopping it?
No. Removing the bar grate that you're referring to down the catwalks, no.
Yes.
I mean, my staff could do it, next week. The bar grate they're referring to is throughout the entire facility. Sliding doors, those are what are expensive. Those are, $10,000, $15,000
Right,
a piece.
because the doors are integrated into the system, but the day room expansion bar grate could be done easily.
Right.
Okay.
But to be clear, bar grate doesn't just refer to that. There are other components of it, so.
Yes. How long has the ACRJ board had these? I know the option 3 was presented at the end of last year. How long has the board had the new options to discuss?
I think we did them in the fall, maybe November, December-ish. I don't remember when we. That's not accurate. So it wasn't planned. That was not the intent. It was, once we got funding from the state, it was approved, the community and a member of this council asked for more options to be presented, and one of our board members also asked for an option to be presented. So trying to be responsive to the community, we created the other 3 options.
Right, and those other 3 options were presented to the board when?
Back in the fall.
Yeah. It would have been late November, I believe. Here, Ms. McKill.
Rosie was not under contract until after the first of the year.
Okay.
So before that, it was.
Yeah, because I remember.
Informal discussions.
That's right.
Of Tony, the board is interested in looking at things beyond just what was submitted as a CBCP.
Okay.
What possibly could we look at as far as reducing the scope and reducing the size of the project to get the cost down? And we started at that point to look at options informally in narrative format, which you characteristically would do for any kind of architectural planning project. You don't start by drawing, you start by describing what the project would entail and include. So that's what we did.
But to answer your question, no, we have not presented them to this degree to the board. That we'll get them next week.
Yeah, that was my question.
Yeah.
Is did the board get this presentation?
No, they'll get it next week.
On the 14th will be the first time that the board has discussed these options?
They had it last month. Yeah, we've seen this.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've not voted on it, but we've.
Right, the
yeah.
voting is next.
Yeah.
Yes,
But seeing all these options in this style of presentation was February?
Yes.
Got it. Okay. And then how have you been keeping track of community input, and how has the board been able to receive that community input?
We have the Survey Monkey, which we just finished up, the inmates tablet system. Survey went out to all of them. We've also had community input through the comment forms, and they're submitted by email, and they will be submitted to the board by Friday morning. We'll have access to all that.
Okay, and you've mentioned this before, but again, how many inmates were able to respond, or responded?
I want to say 33, 35.
But it went out to everybody?
Yeah, they're a pretty apathetic bunch.
Yeah.
But we kept it out there for about 2 weeks.
Okay.
And kept sending reminders.
Okay.
And we also had a in-person survey of inmates as well, 12 men, 12 women.
Okay. And then for the public comments and questions during the community forum, how has that been tracked? The fora?
They were submitted at the end in the comment forms.
But not verbal questions and concerns?
Those are recorded.
Okay. Okay. But it's up to the board to listen to all of that in order to get all, there's not like a code, no one was sitting there taking a tally of, or coding anything and
Correct. They're
writing an
available
executive
for
summary.
public. That's right.
Okay. And so they're gonna get all of that together in a package this Friday? Okay, and then voting Wednesday?
Thursday.
Thursday, sorry. What is the effort that has gone to, you kind of touched on this a little earlier, but what effort has gone into talking with the state about the reimbursements for the other plans?
We haven't discussed it with them at all.
None, okay, so we're not sure how amenable they would be necessarily to reimbursing for the 1A and 2.
We're not. That's why we included the full reimbursements for each of those.
Mhm.
So you can estimate it won't be any more than what we submitted, and it won't be any less than what you see there.
Right, but we haven't chatted with them about it.
We have not.
Okay. And I know there are some people who have been there for a long time, but what is the average stay? In other words, how long are people experiencing these conditions on average?
Average length of stay is about 37 days. We have an individual been there for 4 years. I would say the average is anywhere from 4 to 6 months. You have your high turnover individuals that come and go, but then you have your ones who are there for a medium length of time, maybe 4 to 6 months.
What goes into rated bed capacity? This is something that you mentioned on Thursday, where you were like, if we add this kind of bed, it doesn't count towards our rated capacity, so what is preventing you from just turning some of those beds into one of the other categories?
It's a great question. We get that quite a bit. So let's say we want to build a mental health space over one of the pods. And I took those general population beds and I designated them as special purpose beds. Well, I've just taken, let's say 7. I've taken 7 rated capacity beds out of the equation. So now I've just reduced the rated capacity either to 322, or I take those 7 rated capacity beds and put them someplace else in the facility. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Oh, once you lower your rated capacity, first of all, we haven't told the state that we plan on lowering our rated capacity. And 2, a lot of your funding depends on your rated capacity. So if you lower it, you also lower your state funding.
And if we're already not at our rated capacity levels,
As
then,
far as inmate population.
Right.
That's a great opportunity to be in, because I'm still getting the same funding from the state for 329 rated capacity beds, but I have fewer costs associated with it. So that's a great position to be in. On the flip side, years ago, when we were at 600, we were getting funding based on 329. That's a terrible position to be in.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't want to mess with your rated capacity.
Not curious, honestly, how recent was the population, like around that 600 level?
2008.
But a change of 7 out of 329 is not enormous, for example.
I don't know, honestly. I haven't done the math, but I don't know. I don't know how that works. I don't know if another jail just went to the state and said we want to lower our rated capacity.
does anyone have, I've got more questions, but, okay. Thank you for that.
If I could add, Councilwoman, if, for example, okay, they turned one of the day rooms, one of the housing units, into a mental health, a special purpose housing facility, and lowered the rated capacity to 322 or 300. Because I don't know that we have any housing, well, we do have some six bed rated capacity units. If the population would ever go back up, okay, and we're not prognosticators. We're not here to say that it's definitely going to go up or it's definitely going to go to this number. We don't know. We don't know what the General Assembly may do in terms of law passing. We don't know what the judicial will do in terms of implementation of those laws. And we also don't know who is going to be sitting in the Commonwealth's attorney seat for the city and the county. I will give them a shout out today. We haven't talked about them. They, okay, are responsible for keeping that jail population level, okay? All the programs that they have implemented and where they have found in alternatives to incarceration, okay? They have to keep it up, okay, to keep that jail population where it is. But again, if we reassign some of those jail beds from general population to a special purpose and reduce your rated capacity, if you'd ever go back and say, oh, DOC, hey, we're going to change back. We had those rated capacity beds a while back. We want to change it back to general pop, raise our rated capacity, and increase our cotton board funding again, okay? They're going to say, you've got to meet the full letter of the standard to change them back to increase in rated capacity. That is not an easy lift. And when you're dealing with that 1975 area of the jail, near impossible because of those cells. So again, lowering it, fairly simple. Raising it back up, got to meet the standard.
Has that happened recently where someone tried to raise it and they were denied based on conditions?
No, I don't know of anyone who has ever tried to raise the capacity of their existing jail just based on the existing conditions. Everyone raises the capacity of their jail based on new construction. We are adding a wing. We are adding an additional unit, and that's how you raise it. Because, 10 years, 20, 30 years ago, jails were not constructed as they're required to be today.
So Natalie, I just want to make sure we get into your line of questions. Are you want the increased capacity?
No, I'm saying if you changed your rated capacity down by 7 to convert standard beds into mental health beds, you lose a rated capacity of 7, but then later you want to put those back to your previous rated capacity. If no one's ever done that, we're not quite sure what would happen.
I think that they're
I just
saying
don't
that
want to get too much
the
in.
professionals are
Yeah.
saying that that's not a realistic future. I mean, yeah.
And what we have to remember here is we're looking at purpose-dedicated design for mental health. It's not taking a 35 square foot cell and put some mental health issues. We could, but that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to improve conditions.
Trying to do a proper renovation of a jail that's 50 years old is what we're trying to do.
So we can make do. We've been making do for the 27 years I've been there. We're at a point now where we have an opportunity to stop making do and stop putting Band-Aids and start treating people the way they need to be treated in a humane environment, to have the resources my staff needs in order to do what you expect them to do. That's what we're asking for. Can I stick somebody in mental health bed in a 35 square foot cell? Absolutely. Do I want to? I do not. Do they want to? They do not.
Okay, you can continue with your question so we can.
Well, I've got some thoughts that I want to muse about, but I'll let other people ask questions in the meantime.
I'm starting to hear. Lloyd?
Well, I'll just say I've had this presentation before, basically, and have had questions that I asked and answered, both at that meeting and over email, so I don't have additional questions.
I do have just a couple of questions. Option 3, he says it does not does not bring the cell size of the west wing or ground floor into compliance with 2018 jail standards. I take it it's just because it would require demolishing to get that, and you're only proposing to demolish the east wing.
That's correct, yeah.
How many units, how many beds are going to be in the east wing, the newly reconstructed east wing?
65.
Okay.
Which is a one-for-one replacement, right?
It is.
Okay. And so that suggests that 264 beds are in the west wing and the
That's
ground
correct.
floor?
Yes, sir. Through those
Okay.
facilities.
And those will still be 36 square feet?
No, sir. So it does, we have several different housing types. So the 35 square foot ones, there are 48, there's 12, 30, 36 of those specifically. 6 more, 48 total of the ones that will remain 35 square feet. There are
Okay.
40 of those beds. There's actually 2 beds in each of those cells, but they're designed for 1. So 48 single cells will remain.
So I guess when I've been thinking about this project, I've been thinking about it primarily in terms of what do we have to do to get, for example, to get cells up to an acceptable size, to get the HVAC and other mechanical systems handled properly, to get the room adequate for educational programming, to get rooms that are adequate for therapeutic programming of various sorts. And clearly, options 1 and 2 don't come anywhere near that. Option 3 gets us to 65 brand-new rooms, brand-new beds, or rooms to house 65 beds. And I'm trying to figure out how many of what remains will still be substandard, and you're saying it's roughly 35, 36?
48.
48, okay. So you would have then another 200 and some that, I guess, are they in dormitory type spaces where the 35 square feet isn't really the issue anymore?
That's right. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 other dormitories in the 1975 portion that they don't have cells in their dormitories.
Right.
And we'd have, of course, the 3 housing units back by the interstate
Yeah.
that you would see.
Okay. Okay, well, like I say, I think, I mean, I'll say this as somebody who's spent a lot of time in the jail, visiting clients, and who have a lot of clients who spend a lot of time in the jail, that to me, having such a remarkably, now I will say the Albemarle Charlottesville Regional Jail is not as I was about to say remarkably substandard as some I've been in. I don't mean to condemn it in that way, but to have as close to being modern standards in every respect, that's important to me. Mm-hmm. And I don't want to end up doing something that is not going to be bringing at least the great majority of the beds up to proper standards.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions I think that will be helpful for folks. I know that you've said these things dozens of times. I'm asking you to say them again. So the whole dormitory style, the 3 floors that are closest to the interstate, mm-hmm. that was designed for a different type population than what you have now. I understand you have 19 people charged with murder right now in the jail. Is that right?
I think there's 18 today, but.
Okay, so that's an improvement.
Yeah.
So it's the population that you're having to manage now, and many of those folks, I know they have plenty of needs, but many of them are, they have been put there by the justice system because the justice system has felt it's warranted because of the severity of what they've been charged with. those larger dormitory spaces in the back, can you say a little bit, because everyone, understandably, well, why can't you use this, and why can't you? I heard one person describe trying to build in floors and stuff, and as someone who is in construction, that will cost more money and will turn out terribly. But in terms of why that space back there is not helpful for you now, although you can use it temporarily to get the phasing piece of this, which you mentioned would cost a fortune if we had to push all these folks somewhere else. We're fortunate. Say a bit about that whole topic.
So the last community-based corrections plan that was studied and actually acted upon was in 1995. So in 1995, you'll remember, there was a lock them up, throw away the key mentality, and they've been going on through the 90s, the war on drugs and so forth. So they were, but those are considered nowadays low-level offenses. Okay, drug possessions, distribution, so forth. I'm not worried about those guys, all right? So when they added the additional 120 beds, as was called for in the CBCP, actually recommended additional 229 beds, but some were cut for whatever reason. They were looking at a population that was lower risk level. So they built those 3 housing units. It's cost effective to do that. It's called direct supervision. Put an officer in there and they can watch up to 40 inmates. Come forward 30 years, as you've all seen in the last 3 years since COVID, our population has shifted dramatically. It's gotten smaller, but more dangerous, higher risk levels, which is what a jail should be used for. I advocated in 2008 that half our population would better serve in the community. And our jail and our board at that time began working on doing just that. And I like to think that what's going on today is part of that work that we've done. However, the population we have now does not meet the needs of the jail that was designed in 1995. The new section, Section 3, actually has single unit, single bed housing that's designed for this population.
Okay.
That's one of the most important things about this project, is that we're building not just for the needs of today, that they couldn't have foreseen 30 years ago. Whoever would have thought this? I wouldn't have. But it's also the future going forward. So that's why using those is very difficult. One other thing is we are using one of them now. Okay, we are, and we'll be using a second one once it's fully renovated. And we're doing that renovation, by the way. We don't plan on using the funds from the project for that purpose. We will use that as well. The problem we have is you have 18 people who've committed murder in this small community. This is a relatively small community. Everybody knows the victim. Everybody knows the perpetrator. Friends, family, loved ones. You make a lot of enemies when you kill someone. It's difficult then to take that person and house them someplace or somebody else with them. So you have to keep a lot of people separate, a lot of moving parts. You just can't throw 40 people into 40 beds. There's a lot more to it. It's actually a science that I have men and women back here do a very good job of doing just that. So in order to use all 120 of those beds, it's very, very difficult to fill every single one of those beds given the population we have today.
Could I make a few more comments? So just a couple of things. I am on the jail board, and I've been very clear that I support this renovation. I know that people, plenty of people that are upset with that, and I appreciate that. I will say this, when I came on board, there were things like, and I'm not equating schools and jails, please don't take that, but we had not invested in our schools. We needed to make a once-in-a-generation investment in Beaufort. Part of the fundamental thing that local government does is build stuff. In my view, we have not invested in our facilities, both educationally, frankly, this room, and other places, for example, the jail. And I am the last person who wants to spend this amount of money on this, but I feel like it's an ethical requirement for this community. And the way these things work for folks, who may not fully appreciate all this, I'm the guy that this group has said, at least the prior council, this council may decide differently, assigned me to be on this board. And these boards, these authorities have a life of their own to some degree, although there's a shared sovereignty, if you want to call it. It's shared with me, it's shared with this board, it's shared with Albemarle County. We'll recognize Supervisor McKeel with Nelson County, and that's the purpose. And they're supposed to have a level of independence, not complete independence, because we have to get funded. But one of the things, so prior to, we had Councilor McGill, and she had to step down, I guess 3 years into her term. but she was on that board, and she made it clear to me at the time that she believed in this renovation. When I came on board, I talked with her and we had a conversation, and the point is that and this is where I think the frustration is with folks in the community, and I get it. It wasn't like the cake was baked, and now everyone was like, well, I can go to Walmart, I can go to wherever, and I get all these options. Like if I buy a car, it's different than that. That board at that time, and this was a year before I was involved, said, and you can, it's all in the packet. We have these needs. We went to the state. We said, we want to do something like this that meets all these needs. And the state said, yeah, we like it, and we're going to give you 25%. But you go to the state with a board like this with the notion of, we want to do something for this jail that is transformational for the jail. You don't go with, oh, we'd like to price out from you 3 different options, and how much money will you give for each? And the other piece is, each one of these decisions, you have to have design at a certain level, which means you have to have the money to pay a consultant to design it, to then get it estimated. So I can appreciate how people feel like, I don't know, bait and switch. I don't know what people feel like, but there's been a consistent direction on that board for well over a year, 2 years maybe, well before I was involved, that this was what the community needed to do. Now, that doesn't mean everyone in the community is going to agree with it, but I would say most people in the community think this is the right thing to do. The other thing that I'll say is, this is what regionalism involves. Sometimes there's things the county does that I don't like, and vice versa. The other piece I'll say is this dollar figure people keep throwing at it, $72 million. Okay, that's fine. If you consider the time value of money, I could say that about any investment we make. Buford cost, it's supposed to start at 50, ended up 70, then 90. Well, I don't go around saying that's a $200 million building, because that would not be a fair thing to say. So my point is, I can appreciate the fact that there are people in the community who don't feel like this is the best use of funds. And I think that that is a philosophical point that people can have an argument and disagree on. But what I will say is that I feel like the board that was elected, was appointed, has proceeded in a way that was in good faith. They've reached this point, and I'm prepared. Well, you know how I feel about it.
Yeah. So, Natalie, can you please finish your
I've got some
questions?
So there's one more question I have before I'll start my musings. What happens, let's say the board does go for option 3, and then it comes back to each of the localities to approve the funding for that. So that would be about 31 million for Charlottesville, correct?
Are you including interest
Yes.
in that? I haven't done.
Over 27 years.
I haven't done that math. I couldn't tell you.
That's really unfair. I don't understand.
Well,
yeah.
that's the payment layout is 31 million over 27 years. You divide that by.
Right, but that'd be like me talking about Buford. at
Yeah,
this
I mean,
time.
like, I'm okay with talking about Buford like
Okay,
that.
fine.
Yeah.
Let's talk about
But not
little
tonight.
projects that way.
But just for clarification,
Like-
that's what we would be presented with, is that payment plan. What happens if, because it has to be unanimous amongst Albemarle, Nelson, and Charlottesville.
Correct.
What happens if any one of the localities says no?
That's it.
What happens next?
That's it.
It's dead in the water, or do we
We would-
revisit one of the other
We would have to start this
plans?
process again.
Okay.
Because the state will look at that your locality said they would support it. Now they're withdrawing their support. We want you to go back through this process again, go back around and get their approval again. And
Okay.
go back through the CVCP process again.
Thank you. Yeah, I feel like I'd asked that at Thursday, but didn't quite get that answer. So thank you for fully explaining. So my musings are this. I know that there's this inclination to say we've put all this work into this plan already, so now we have to do it because of all the work that we've done to do this plan, and that turns into what is called the sunk cost fallacy, where it seems like because we've done this already, now we have to keep doing it.
Right.
And so I just want to be cautious of that. I also want to be cautious of something that I've seen happen. As everyone knows, I'm new to this council, and so I'm still learning the processes. And something that I've noticed happen with projects for transportation, for projects that get state money, is that what starts as something local turns into something where the guidelines are dictated by the state. And it transforms the project, it transforms the original goal. And I've seen that happen on a couple of different of the boards that I'm on or projects that I've seen come up. And so I also want to be conscientious of that, is what are our needs versus what is the state saying you can only do this because this is how we'll help. When, I mean, you've said we haven't done any further outreach to the state to see if they would be interested in doing that 25% reimbursement, and there was an article in the paper that came out that spoke with one of the former state board members who said, yeah, we pretty much do the 25% for everything.
Well, there's actually examples of that not happening.
Yeah.
Right, I'm sure it's not 100% of the time, but it might be easier than what you're theorizing.
Right.
And then something that I think is informative about having this discussion at the end of our budget presentation meeting is that we've seen that we can't afford this. We don't have that money kicking around. So it is an opportunity cost to do this. This project, option 3, gives the jail pretty much everything on your wish list. I mean, your wish list would probably be to completely knock down the West Wing as well and renovate that.
And some other things. There's a lot on the list, but we really condensed it. Sure.
But it's a lot of things.
It is.
It's a lot of significant things. Whereas we had the school board here making sacrifices, having to cut things and not get everything on their wish list or a significant part of their wish list. And when I look at it as opportunity costs, I see that $1.1 million a year that would go towards paying off that bond, that is 14 and a half teachers. That is that $1.25 million that goes into the school priority initiatives fund for the CCP. That's what we lose to put that money here. And so it seems like a small amount relative to the whole budget, but when we're already stuck in a shortfall needing to raise taxes to do the things that we've told the community we were going to do, like prioritize the schools, that's where that money is coming from. What is money
I could
that
argue just the opposite, that the schools are taking away from what the jail needs. I mean, to me, it's a value. I mean,
right, and I think
crazy.
that people would
No, it's crazy.
well, I mean, what we have prioritized in our priority list is school funding. So that's what comes first. And money that we spend on a jail renovation is easy to see. It's immediate payoff. We see the shiny new walls, we see the high ceilings, we see the better doors, all of that. But the money spent on schools, housing, transit, all of that we try to use to divert people from needing to end up in jail, that has a much longer payoff. So it's harder to see, and so it's harder to correlate that spend with that result in a way that is pleasing. We have people from the scholarship committee asking for money for scholarships for adults to expand that program. We have the pre-K fund and school programs and healthcare, all of that stuff. So it's harder to see how those are affected by the same buckets of money, but this is the same bucket of money. And so I know that we're not voting on anything tonight, but those are the musings that I have. That's what I've talked to people in the community, that I went to the meeting on Thursday. I watched the second one on Zoom, and I've had people reach out, and we've had people get emails. So there is community support for option 1A, which I do endorse that. You even said your absolute top priority was the systems replacement and getting the HVAC up to scratch and getting the lighting and the plumbing repaired. That, to me, would be a great step in making it a more livable space without having to stretch our already stretched budget even further for the next 30 years.
You finished?
Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
I just, I appreciate your comments, and I just wanted to chime in that, I've had the opportunity to speak to the jail committee and speak to a wide range of individuals in the community, both black and white, both old and young, both new to this community and not, and some of them support this, but majority that I talk to think that this needs to be done, and I expressed this to the jail committee that over the past 20 years that I've been an elected official, whether it's on the school board or now, I've always voted my virtue and my values, and I do support this project, and I'm not a person that's supportive of, as a black male, of mass incarceration, but I do believe that if we as a society say that if you commit certain crimes, that you're going to get incarcerated, that it needs to be done in a humane manner, and I believe that that's what this project does, and so I'm going to support it. And I think that what we wanted to do with this project is that we wanted to kind of give you some guidance as you represent us on the board, Brian. I know it's a difficult situation, and we have some persons in the audience and probably listening, and some people maybe had to leave that feel differently about this. But that's where I am, and for the council, we need to give Brian some guidance on this, and so if we can just kind of just for the purpose of saying whether you support this, and I think based on the comments I know where we are, but it would be good just to if we can succinctly say where you stand.
In terms of how Brian would vote?
Well, I think
Which
that
project do you support?
All right. Well, I say, I think all of us who are appointed to boards and commissions are on those commissions ourselves and vote how we want and aren't directed by council. But I'll say I don't feel like I'm in a position at this point to say which option I support.
Okay. Well, I think one of the reasons that we don't do this for all, but this one, receive a little bit more.
But I think that's fair. I've heard
Yeah.
what you've.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to give you direction like that. I just want you to have in your back pocket how all the rest of us feel, so that if it did come up at the board meeting that, let's say Nelson shows up and they support 1A, well, okay, then you're like, some people back in council also support 1A, and you could just kind of gauge our feeling a little bit better. Not giving instructions, but just giving you background.
Okay. Lloyd?
I'm in favor of option 3.
And I'll just say I don't feel like I'm in a position to make a decision on it at this point in terms of what option to go to. I'll just say I think it's fair. Every single expenditure we have in a tight budget year is worth questioning, asking as many questions about, investigating, and looking into. And I'll just say I think there's a much bigger situation. I was looking at the JLARC reports. There's one on schools. There's one on community service boards in state psychiatric hospitals. Jails are the #1 provider of mental health care in Virginia. Our community service boards and state psychiatric hospitals are desperately underfunded, which is an unacceptable status quo. And you look at those reports, what they recommend is just to reach national averages, not even a great system, just national averages for just those systems, is not billions of dollars, is billions of dollars a year in additional state money for operating expenses, not capital expenses. There's probably billions of additional capital expenses on top of that. So what we're talking about tonight, if we canceled any renovation at all and rerouted all of that money to our regional community service boards and state psychiatric facilities, it probably would make only like a fraction of 1% difference on how broken those systems are. And I think that's just worth highlighting in terms of the scale of how fundamentally broken these systems are. And if you're talking about $1 million a year in annual allocations, that is incapable of making a significant difference in how broken those systems are. So,
Can I say one thing? Councilor Oshrin, I interrupted you earlier when you were speaking, and I want to apologize for that.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm sorry for that. I obviously feel passionately about this. You see things differently. I respect your opinion, and I have learned from our conversation. So again, I apologize.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Thank you all so much for your time.
Absolutely. Thank you all very much.
Thank you for coming back out.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is, I guess if we had any questions on the other written report, we have other business account.
I know we've had a long night, and I'll be brief,
Yeah,
but I
yeah, I'm
do
sorry.
think this is important to just highlight for the community that's still watching. We've had a lot of conversation in recent months about UVA's purchase of land in the Ivy Emmett corridor, the purchase of the Oaklawn property, UVA's expansion into 10th and Page and Fifeville neighborhoods. This written report we have is the only regional body for the city or county to discuss those concerns with the university. We've only received a written report that's one page with no meeting minutes at all for anything that was discussed at those meetings. And this is a body that is not open to the public or members of city council or the media. And so the question is this a body that is so ineffectual we can get a one-page annual report with no meetings that's making no important decisions, or is it making very important decisions that we have no ability to learn about? In either case, we have no mechanism of working with the university on land use decisions. And I think that's just important to highlight because this is the only body that could possibly do that. So that's it.
Good point.
Yeah.
I'll just add, I share that frustration. I was looking at the report and thinking about how 40 years ago I was on the, what was called at that point, the Technical Advisory Committee.
PACTech, yeah.
PACTech, same basic group of people on the committee, same, planning commissioner and so on, and we didn't get anything done then either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So we are. So
Is it just a written report, or are we getting?
well, we're at other business there.
It was just a written.
Okay.
Yeah. Are there other comments or consideration that you want the city manager to follow up on? So, Sam, I was going to discuss this during the 221, but we can discuss further during, the various commissions and committees and things. As we're going through it, we realize that a lot of the language is dated and it's making us hard to fill. And so at some point, we need to figure out a time to kind of go through that. And Jay, maybe it needs to.
Which language?
And just for all, it seemed, maybe some of it is, some of the, we looked at.
For example, whether we have to have a certain person group, certain group represented, like public housing or whatever. There's more flexibility.
Because a lot of these boards have had vacancies for months and months and months, we were wondering if in those cases, this is a theoretical example, let's say there was a committee where you needed someone from Greenbrier and it's been 8 months, no one from Greenbrier has applied and people have reached out, tried to get someone. Could you change the language to be a preference for someone to Greenbrier, but it's not saying that's the only choice?
Okay. I mean, that would be action that you would take in revising the parameters that we use, but Deputy City Manager Ratliff will be the one who will be working with Max and
Yeah, and it just may be over a course of time that we look at all of them, clean them up, and some of them may be fine. But I just think that looking at it, over just the last a few months is like, that one could be changed out. So it's not urgent, but anyway.
We can take a look at that for sure.
And also, in maybe later in the spring or in the summer, if we can look at the school budget process. My brain is about gone now. So.
Final comments?
I've got a quick question, if I may.
Yeah.
Back to what was suggested earlier about by the gentleman who was talking about information on invasive species and trees and how could there be some mailing that goes out or something. Is there an email newsletter for the city?
We have a newsletter that is internal.
Is there one that citizens can sign up for to get e-blasts about what's going on?
Not today. We've had conversations about getting there, but we don't have that
Yeah,
today.
because I think that would be, I mean, I know it saves on our mailing. It
Mhm.
would be, you know, you opt in, you opt out as needed, and then we could send something like that, and it doesn't cover everybody, but it covers a lot of people.
There is a news flash subscription.
But that's for like.
Is that like
breaking
emergencies?
news, who's,
Not,
somebody's
not a
missing.
newsletter, but a news
Right.
flash, so.
Yeah, so that might be a useful,
That's a way we could use it, an existing list of people already receiving it. All right.
yeah, and you know, a monthly
Mhm.
news and activities bulletin.
Yeah.
That lands in people's inboxes instead of them having to go look for it. That could be a good communications tool.
The last opportunity for community matters is if anyone would like to speak, you have up to 3 minutes. Anyone?
May I speak again?
Yes.
So obviously, I'm disappointed in the results of this meeting, but I wanted to clarify a couple of things, just as my last stand. So I didn't see the packet for this online. Did you all really get a packet in the packet?
We did, yes.
Oh, okay, didn't see it. And so those slides, you know, with option 1 does not, or option 1 does do this, or option 2, those were not slides used in any of the forums. There were little tiny, little descriptions of what it was. It wasn't as thorough as that. So I think the public didn't have as much opportunity to question each of the adds or subtracts. And about values, yes, I value education as a means to have a really good life, much more than I value jails or prisons to a means to have a better life. About who's in the jail, Neil Goodloe, unfortunately, is no longer the criminal justice planner with the OAR, but he used to do lots and lots of data analysis. And one of them was, this is a quote from an email he sent me. The average length of stay was 36 days in the last quarter of 2022. The median length of stay in 2022 was 3.68 days. Out of 2,946 intake events in 2022, 1,278 were held for less than 2 days. That's 43% of intakes. The jail's calculation of median length of stay is calculated by removing the people who are there less than 2 days and the people who are there much longer than 2 years. I think we need to do something, even though the criminal justice system is severely broken, we have to start somewhere, and maybe the renovation of the courthouse will speed things up. Neil Goodloe also told me that one of the problems with the speedy trial is a holdup in the courts. So maybe there'll be more, I don't know. But it seems to me anyway, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else like to speak? Yes.
I wasn't going to, but Councilman Payne, you continue to bring up the Blue Ribbon Commission from 2013.
I know you were on it.
And I happen to be a person on that commission. Mr. Saunders, you brought up the tax increases for this coming up 24, 25. Back then, 2013, our meals tax was 4%. Now we're going up to 9%. We suggested to the city that we go up to 9%, and that's where we are now, 10 years later. Our lodging tax back then was 6%. We suggested that we would go up to maybe 10 back in 2013. And now we're up to what, 9, I think? Is that what the lodging tax is now? So had done that job of moving those things up when suggested. Think about how much money we would have now, or access to money, that we don't continue as a school having to come back to you guys asking for money. Because it happens every year that we have to come to you and we have to make the cuts. And you continue to have to tell us, well, you know, you guys got to keep doing. And there was a comment tonight made about benefits to the jail. Councilman Oshrin.
Yeah.
You made a comment to the jail about it being built and it being an immediate use of that money and being seen, as compared to putting money into schools and transit and things like that, that it may not be seen as immediate. Well, for me as a teacher, having that money being funded in our schools is immediate for me, because that means I don't have to do an extra duty because we don't have a teacher in a position. That means another teacher doesn't have to do an extra duty because we don't have teachers in those positions because it's not funded. So it is an immediate thing. You know, so I hope that you guys will find a way, and I know it's not easy. Please understand, I do know this budget situation is not easy, that you will find a way to not only help out the jail, but also fund our schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I make a quick comment? I'm so
Well,
sorry.
let me see if there are other people that would like to speak from the public. Okay.
I want to thank you for clarifying that, because yes, it absolutely is felt immediately by the people doing that. My comment was more towards when you invest in that child's education, you don't know whether or not they're going to have a good outcome until later. That's the less immediate observation, which I think which makes it hard to, what I'm arguing for is more school funding.
Yeah.
That argument is towards more school funding. So, yeah.
There be no other business, we stand adjourned.